خبرهایی که ما اینجا به دست آوردیم دور سوم
money. I got bills, so much spent on cheap thrills. 3 seconds away from no chill. Before I go, I need a meal. 5, we'll go with 5. 500 bodies in the room, can relate. Hey. Keep you on your toes, this ballet. What I say, feel like I'm Bo Band. I'm a 7-footer, I'm a kettle cooker like I'm Devin Booker. I'm a head spinner, head turner, cause they definitely looking. Hate to see what that shot look like if I never took it. How much sauce, lot of sauce, that's how I'm cooking. No sugar coating, no wobble legs, this solid foot. And I'm talking, get away, I'm talking. All expenses paid, I'm talking life gave me lemons I made. You get it.
All I want is money, money. All I want is money, money. All I want is money, money. Money, money, give me some. All I want is money, money. All I want is money, money. All I want is money, money.
Give me that money. I got bills, so much spent on cheap thrills. 3 seconds away from no chill. Before I go, I need a meal. 5, we'll go with 5. High five, what's the password to the Wi-Fi? You know the drill, feel like I'm walking on stilts. Okay, all that we built, when I find balance to tell. To pay you hot as hell, but still give me chills. I took you to our favorite spot, that place we go a lot. Feel like the only ones that even know it exists. Ooh, I gave you the aux, and you played icy pop. I'm Mr. Know-It-All, but even I ain't noticed. Let me get this straight. I got bills, so much spent on cheap thrills. 3 seconds away from no chill. Before I go, I need a meal. 5.
Yo, Tech, it's the last call, baby. What's good? Yeah, you know, remix just feels right, though. Before we get out of here, you gotta drop one last gem on them, though, fam. No question. It's like the elders told me, no one person can do everything, but everyone could do something. So we gotta rep for all them niggas that ain't here right now. On the outro tip, the one remix. Yo, one enterprises comprises the artist and the sound. The pen and paper plays my savior while I'm getting down. Pray for my neighbors as a favor for holding me down. Slave for my papers as I savor the weight in pounds. It's underground, but the blatant vibrations while he found. Facing a nation complacent radio stations now. Stop hesitating and contemplating the way we patient. So I'm motivating and get them playing this shit we saying. Ain't no delaying in this war that we getting slated. Cause time's a wasting while we stand adjacent to abrasions. They fails is more than flagrant. And so I see the bridges cages while I pound the pavement. Looking for payment, saying fuck enslavement. Using the tools of old ancients. Announcing my engagement to this music that we making. Ain't no faking on tracks. And we don't never come whack. Immortal technique and a kid. Y'all niggas fear some rap. It's like one love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart, one spark, one gift, one lift, one stance, one shift, one way, one day, one. Immortal technique in the trenches with my nigga Akir. A family survived the genocide so we could be here. And now we enterprise the aftermath, one and the same. Living the revolution till we catch one in the brain. And even then my spirit will return in heavenly form and wipe the chessboard clean of my enemies' pawns. The Red Dawn communist threat buried and gone. So they invented a war the government could carry on. It makes me wonder if the word of God is lost in a man. This is for the children of Iraq, lost in the sand. This is for the illest MCs that'll never be known. And this is for all the soldiers that'll never come home. I wrote this for Mumia, stuck in the beast. For people who march in the streets and struggle for peace. For hood niggas born rugged, never rockin' Versace. Eddie Ramirez, cousin George, and my old friend Sashi. Chris from the block, and all my niggas stuck in the cell. Paul Wolfowitz, motherfucker, I'll see you in hell. My destiny's to show the world that the the music is real. Go back in time and play this shit for the slaves in the field, and for my children in the future that are waiting to breathe. People slowly dying, hanging on, waiting to leave. Believe when I'm gone and this album's on a library shelf, I'll be one with God and one with you and everything else. One love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart, one spark, one gift, one lift, one stance, one shift, one way, one day, one. Yeah. Revolutionary Volume 2 has been brought to you by the type of motherfuckers who ain't scared of shit. And if you playing this album and I'm no longer here, sometime far away from when I recorded this, remember that history isn't the way the corporate controlled media made it look like. Read between the lines and free your mind. Revolution is the birth of equality and the antithesis to oppression. But this is only built for real motherfuckers. So when I'm gone, don't let nobody I never got along with try to make songs kissing my ass, recycling my beats and my vocals. This shit is real over here, man. Thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting independent hip-hop, the heart and soul of our culture, keeping the truth alive. Good night, my people. Good night.
Good night, Brian Tully. Good night. And hello. It's so good to see you all. And you might be saying, Grant, is this another one of those things where you got yourself involved in something and you didn't really understand it, and now you're very pleased with the outcome? Kind of like the Cannabis Control Commission in Massachusetts. Yeah. Iran's probably going to be like, what is going on? Listen. Iran, we got some problems with the state police in Massachusetts. I don't really think you have to get involved. I just want to let you know, like, the state police are really bad here. They, like, abuse underage girls. They were involved with Epstein. They were, like, killing people and covering it up. They were framing people for John O'Keefe's murder. They were, like, tormenting Turtle Boy. They're just generally bad. Like, not all cops are bad. Some cops are very good in, like, the United States and Massachusetts. But, like, the bad cops are, like, pimps and, like, murderers. They're really bad. Now, this guy, he wasn't like the problem. He was just like the supervisor of the problem. He let John Fanning and Yuri just go way out of line. They were people that worked in this Norfolk DA state police unit. They investigated like the Karen Reed case. It's kind of international. It gets in like Sky and maybe the Daily Mail sometimes, but like it's not exactly like known in like, you know, like a like that the Middle Eastern world. Listen. My point is, I wasn't gonna stream today, and then like I got a burst of energy, so I was like, alright, I'll stream for a few minutes. It's just a nightly news update. I'm not gonna be long. I want to set expectations. It's 4:18 p.m. Eastern. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Brian, hola Francisco Castillo. Tengo una idea sobre las discusiones en Pakistán, pero hay tres discusiones. Just información sobre esta discusión porque está ocurriendo hasta este momento. Sí, en Islamabad, Pakistán. Pero Francisco, tengo una cosa importante del Massachusetts. Yo vive en Massachusetts. Y también creo que las policías en Massachusetts son un problema muy importante por toda la gente en el mundo. Sí, claro que sí. Y por supuesto, tengo que explicar para la gente del mundo por qué Brian Tully es una persona muy mal. ¿Sí? ¿Entiendes? Bien. All right, so, how's everyone doing? Before we get to war updates, the update on the war is that they're in the third round of negotiations. There's a potential plan formulating. Israel's been completely sidelined in the negotiation. And, you know, it's not, ideal for them. But it's ideal for the U.S. and Iran, who might be able to come to a negotiation. The question of whether Benjamin Netanyahu's trial, the Prime Minister of Israel, is going to start tomorrow is really interesting. I don't know if it's going to, resume tomorrow. It has to do with these corruption cases. A lot of people think that, this ceasefire was tactically designed to ensure Netanyahu goes on trial and gets forced out, because it's really to the benefit of the Iranians and the Americans to get Bibi out of there. But anyway, the point is, the updates from Pakistan are they're in the third rounds of negotiation, and there are no real updates. They just kind of hash out a deal. They're very stuck on the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe it's good that I went live, just in case they're kind of stuck. I think the idea is a canal, bro. Iran cannot charge for a waterway that's not man-made. So they got to let most ships just go through the middle of the strait. That's why they mined the middle of the Strait of Hormuz. I'll explain to you what's going on. Then I'll yell more about Brian Tully. It's really a big day for Massachusetts, though. Tully going means the whole power structure's collapsed. And it means Morrissey's definitely, and Greg Conner don't stand a chance in the election. They must have saw the internals. Alright, so let me explain to you what's going on. So this is the Strait of Hormuz over here, behind my head. So, Iran mined, right here. Now, the reason they did that is because no country owns more than 2 nautical miles off their shore. And, this zone is technically a strait. It's a navigable passage of water that's not controlled by any country. Now, you might be saying, what about the exclusive economic zone of the UAE and Iran? Don't those overlap 10 miles off the coast? Yeah, but that's not control. That's just for fishing rights and things like that. It's not about actual control of the, maritime territory. As such, what Iran wants to do right now is force ships, up near Bandar al-Abbas, right here, north of this island. That's one channel, and then they want them south of this island, and then that is in Iran's territorial waters, enabling them under international law to actually charge fees. Now, what the U.S. and Saudi and the rest of the world want is free passage through here, the middle of the strait, with no tolls. So that's where we're at in the negotiations. This is the issue. This specific, 10-mile or whatever it is, block of, water is the issue. This specific area of land. Now, I have a plan to break this ceasefire. It's gonna take a lot of buy-in. I call it the Persian. Hello, Happy Feet Girl. It's so good to see you. You have just warmed my whole day. I was having a really good day. Now my day's even better because so many of my tower friends are here. It's just a nightly news update. We're not going for 12 hours. I want to sleep and be up tomorrow. I'm trying to reset my brain because it was a long 40 days and 40 nights leading my people through the darkness. It was a long 40 days and 40 nights. So anyway, my point is, where was I? Oh yeah, so I have a plan. This is how I think they should break the deadlock, right? Okay, so Iran can charge fees if they have a canal. So I want to develop the Persian-American Friendship Canal. Okay, it's a really good idea. I know a lot of you are saying, Grant, oh no. Yes, listen, this is a great plan. Okay, so most of the oil, some of it comes out of down here, but a lot of the ships are up here, south of Basra, near the Penne Exclave. A Penne Exclave is a piece of land that's surrounded by water on one side, 2 countries on the other. That's Iran to the east and Kuwait to the west, and then your own country to the north. So this is called a Penne Exclave right here, south of Basra. It's where that big island is that is important. This is Karg Island right here. This is a very important area for Iran. Now I have a plan. What we're gonna do is we're gonna build an American. Did the U.S. really try to send 2 ships? I don't know. That's unconfirmed. I've seen some skirmishes. I'll show you. I want to yell about Brian Tully too. But anyway, let me do the international news first. So my plan, this isn't really news, it's just my plan. Okay. Iran is allowed to charge tolls on a canal. So listen, bro. Just build them a little not a little canal. It's going to be a big canal. It's going to go north of Bushehr. Then it's got to go north of Bandar al-Abbas. And then just cut south and push them out east of Keshem Island. It's a genius plan. And then they can just go out here. Not every ship will want to take the shortcut. But if you make it efficient and effective and cost effective, they'll pay you for the saved time. Time is money. Distance is money. oil is money. So make it cheaper for them to go from one place to the other. Give them a canal and then charge them tolls. Make it optional. But make it, how does commerce work, bro? You make something that's more attractive than what exists now and people pay you for it. Okay, do that with the canal. The Persian-American, it gets to be called Persian first. The Persian-American Friendship Canal. This is really what they're hung up on. Iran can't charge fees in the Strait. They really can't. Because the problem is that it's a navigable waterway outside their maritime border. So they can't charge fees. It's illegal. It's under the laws of maritime navigation. So the best plan is to, in turn, build them a canal. Everyone on board with this plan? I feel like it's a good plan. It's just generally a good plan. Hi, Tiffany Bob. Hi, Motorhead. Good to see you. Let me show you, by the way, in terms, I know a lot of you had a question about what's going on. Before I yell about Brian Tully, it's a complicated story. He's not, like, the biggest problem. He was just one of the problems. He was, like, the supervisor of the problem. That's the best way to explain Brian Tully. And, like, the buck stops with the supervisor. Well, it really will stop with the colonel. Here's the latest from Iranian state TV about the third round of negotiations, okay?
ما اینجا به دست آوردیم دور سومی هم قراره همین امشب برگزار بشه که به نظر میرسه بر اساس شواهد و اون چیزی که من از اتاق گفتگوها دریافت کردم این آخرین تلاش ها هست که ببینیم آیا گفتگوهای اسلام آباد به میانجیگری پاکستان میتونه تاثیرگذار باشه و نتیجه بخش باشه برای اینکه نظر دو هیئت ایران و آمریکا به هم نزدیک بشه یا نه. این آخرین تلاش ها هست. باید ببینیم در دقایق پیش رو در ساعت پیش رو چه اتفاقی میفته. خبر دیگری که از داخل اتاق گفتگوها به دست آوردم این هست که همچنان آمریکایی ها اون رویکرد زیاده خواهانه خودشون رو که در ادوار گذشته هم داشتیم در مقابل دوربین ها و پشت دوربین ها هم دیده شده دارن نشون میدن در این دور از گفتگوها. نمیدونم چطور میشه به این روی کرده زیاده خواهانه که من در ارتباطی که با یکی از اعضای نزدیک به هیئت داشتم قضاوت کرد، ولی به هر حال سایه بی‌اعتمادی و بدبینی بر اساس عملکرد گذشته‌ای که آمریکایی ها داشتند سایه انداخته. تبادل متونی هم بین هیئت‌های کارشناسی و کمیته‌های تخصصی صورت گرفته. لحظات مهمیه. باید
Well, that tells you a lot. The Iranian side feels the Americans are intransient, but what I'm really seeing, like, here's what the Consulate General of Iran in Mumbai said. Tasnim, correspondent in Islamabad. Tasnim is the semi-official Iranian state news agency. Hello, Mira. It's so good to see you. As the clock passes midnight, 00:30 local time, Iran-U.S. talks are continuing indirectly through message exchanges via Pakistani mediators. 2 and 2. The excessive demands from the U.S. side, especially regarding the Strait of Hormuz, are blocking our common framework so far. The U.S. doesn't need to be intransient on this. They just need to give the Iranians a solution that works, which is a canal. Give them a canal. Talks continue. Unclear whether they'll extend another day or teams return to capitals for consultations. We don't need consultations. This is a very simple issue. Iran cannot toll the Strait of Hormuz. You can't. It's just not permissible. It sets a bad precedent under international maritime law, and it impacts freedom of navigation. So give them something that everyone can work with, an optional canal, and make the canal actually economically viable, and then let them charge money for the canal, and don't make it a joint venture. We don't need money from them. Like, they're the ones who need to rebuild. They need money. We've been sanctioning them. If everyone wants to get along, that's what they want, I think. Give them a canal and build it for them. And have no interest. Don't spy. Don't use it to look into their country. Like, don't be like, the War Room guy in Stanley Kubrick's, Dr. Strangelove. Just go build them a canal, be called the Persian-American Friendship Canal. It does not need to be named anything corporate or after anyone specific. Okay, what's the point? It's the Persian and American people being friendly. So called the Persian-American Friendship Canal. It'll be great. And then the Iranian people get all the money. I know it will take a while to build, but the point is it's an economic plan that works. They want it's one part of the plan. They want the sanctions lifted. That gives them money immediately. They want their funds released from Qatar. That's good. We can do that. Then they want Israel to stop bombing in Lebanon. We can just muzzle Bibi. He's almost like irrelevant anyway. Israel's relevant, but not Bibi. And then we can just do this plan. They can open the strait. Like, if we give them a lot of money, I don't see why it's unreasonable for them to open the strait. Like, it was open before the war. We gave them a lot of money. Okay, and then we're going to let them build a canal. Not let them, we're going to build a canal for them, and then they control the canal. They could build some of it if they want. I feel like we could teach them how to build the canal. It's a very friendly thing. You can't really do bad things with a canal. It's designed to just move ships. Yeah, so my opinion in general is this is the big issue. Like, we're gonna know in the next few hours. I might still be live, I might not. It depends on how I'm feeling. I do have a lot of energy today. I had a good day. You know, my back was hurting yesterday, then I woke up today. I'll actually tell you about what happened. Some wild things happened today. I saw some helicopters, actually, and I'll show you the other thing that happened. There was a wild situation when I went to the CVS and the bank. I just wanted to go to the bank. And then like a crazy thing happened. I'll show you that. But here's what I saw when I was at the dispensary. I just wanted to go get to like the dispensary. I walked. And like all of a sudden I just saw helicopters. That's my video. Hi, X-Man. So yeah, I was just going to the dispensary and I saw all these helicopters. They seem pretty serious. They were going to a National Guard thing on like Concord Common or something. You definitely don't just like see those helicopters in like Massachusetts, though. It's not the most common thing in the world. I mean, some people see them often because there's bases around them, but we don't see them up in the city very often. We might see them on like the Red Sox opening day or like a jet if it's like a big thing. But no, this was for like they landed on like Concord Common for something, I don't know. And then the marathon's next week. Let's see. It depends, Larson. So, I'm a medical patient. I like CBD strains. That's very cheap. Like, almost impossibly cheap. It's like sold like a t-shirt. When you look at the real menu, it's like 60 to 80 if you need like an ounce of flour. But that's for medical patients. We have a very like good medical system. I don't know about adult use. The adult use is where you pay tax. And it's weird. I don't know. I built the whole system in this state with my friends. I codified. Like, I didn't write the medical law, but I didn't write the adult use law, but I got involved, like, right as it was getting passed. And so we have, like, MGL 94G and MGL 94I. Yeah, that's right. And that's the adult use law and the medical use law, respectively. Now, before the adult use law came into existence, the Department of Public Health was in charge of the regulations for the medical industry. I've been a patient since, like, 2012, one of the first patients in the state, before there were even dispensaries. Anyway, so when the adult use law passed in the fall of 2016, it was delayed a little bit because they needed to like change it. When you pass a ballot petition in Massachusetts to change the law, the legislature gets to like vote on it. They don't get to vote on it; they get to try to like change it. So anyway, once it went into effect in, I'd say, like, the fall of 2017 or so, by 2018, there was a single unitary commission, a regulatory agency under Article 1. It's complicated. It's like a rulemaking and enforcement body with, like, sub-delegated powers under the statute. It's an independent agency, though. Anyway, there's 5 commissioners. It's changing. They just passed a new law. But anyway, so the governor appointed one commissioner, the treasurer appointed another, the AG appointed another, and the 3 constitutional officers by majority vote appointed the other 2 commissioners. So anyway, when the adult use law passed, the state legislature put the medical use and the adult use law under the CCC, and they had 3 sets of regulations at the time: 935 CMR 500.000 and 935 CMR 500.001 and 935 CMR 500.002, adult use regulations, medical use regulations, and co-located regulations. During one subsequent regulatory update, they just combined them into 2 sets of regulations, adult and medical use. So anyway, yeah, it's a complicated thing. Then we amended it with the Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022, so it changed a little bit. And then there was like, you have to, when you pass a law that directs a regulatory agency to do something, it has to like codify it through this complicated rulemaking process. So then they did that. So we got like, we have like a bunch of license types: delivery, manufacturing, cultivation, retail, and then there's like Uber Eats style delivery versus like wholesale delivery, and then there's third-party transporters, and then there's social consumption now, and then I don't know, I think that's most of the licenses. It's pretty cool. It's made the little state like $9 billion in 7 years. It generates like $250 million in tax revenue a year. It's a good industry. I like to think we've done pretty well with it. I'm proud of what we built. But yeah, I don't have time to like oversee the industry anymore. Like, it's very complex. The Globe's doing a good job. God bless Gordon Russell. Anyway, I'm a towel. I forget what that was about. Someone asked me a question about prices. Not interested. Well, I'm interested in prices from like market regulation perspective and also access, but like prices are important. What's important for me is like the testing, how like the implementation of qPCR and PCR and plating and microarray hybridization methodologies for the presence of total yeast and mold and other contaminants are implemented. In particular, like the way in which the testing environment is like conducive to sample manipulation, and then also like the way that there's an incentive to manipulate like in testing of products. I really look for stuff like that. I look for like solutions to like large scale like consumer protection issues, like employee safety issues. It's all a very intense industry. Danny Carson's doing a lot of good work too. You should follow Danny. I can only do so much. Ferrone does a lot of good work too, Chris Ferrone. I don't want to abandon them, but like I did as much as I could. I really like gave it my all. So I think it's a strong industry, and I'm glad I built it. Now, this guy, I don't know if I want to talk about Brian Tully yet. I gotta see if like I get like wound up. That could be like a rant. If I yell about Brian Tully resigning, it's gonna be a rant. I need to get like hyped up. I'm gonna yell about it. I mean, I'm pleased he's retiring. I like to think it was Leah Foley's doing. She's my hero. I want her to be the Attorney General of the United States. She's a boss. She'd be great. Also, I think I sufficiently stopped Rachel Rollins' campaign for DA, which is good. She should not have been DA. Here's Pope Leo arriving at the Peace Vigil earlier. Yeah, I agree. If you elect me, I'll decriminalize it. I'll order all 50 states to decriminalize. No, to legalize within, I don't know, 90 days. And then I'll set up like protections in line with the Dormant Commerce Clause and the Commerce Clause to enable like sustainable mom and pop industries. I'll put like a dedicated levy on the like federal tax to sustain local mom and pop companies through grants. I like invert agricultural subsidies and give them to local companies through the excise tax on adult use products nationwide, like 3%. I think that's fine. 3% federal tax is fine. And then of that money, like 20% of the 3% goes to mom and pop companies. It'll be fine. We'll create lots of jobs. It'll be a booming industry. We're going to do really well. Hashtag vote towel 2028. I'm running for president. I'm not really running. I've just decided I want to be president, and you're all going to make it happen. So that's a good idea. Most people seem to support it. I think people think of it as a very natural evolution of the work I've been doing, which, like, I'm cool with it. I don't want to be a senator or a rep. I like the work they do, but I would be bored within a hierarchy. Just give me a branch of government and let me see what I can do with it for 8 years. Oh, and also I'm going to bring back Jackie Kennedy's Rose Garden, and I'm reverting the White House press briefing room to a pool. And also, I'm going to give the press 4 offices. No, like 1 office with 4 cubicles in the West Wing. Then the rest of them got to go in the EOEB. And then I'm going to hold press conferences in the big conference, like the big auditorium in the EOEB. And Maggie Haberman from the New York Times can't interview me unless she reads Kant's entire canon. Then I'm going to troll her by asking questions about Hegel. And she's going to be like, why'd you make me read Kant? And I'm going to say you can't become a philosopher without being a Kantian first. I've planned this all out. Alright, I want to yell about Brian Tully a little bit. But, like, let's take a look at the latest from Hezbollah in Lebanon earlier. I'm not ready to yell. Maybe I'll yell tomorrow. We'll see. I might get wound up. Oh, that was very loud. Sorry about that. Oh, I don't think I'm actually going to win, unless the American people actually demand someone with cogency. Brad, would you mind listing the U.S. presidents in order back to the 2 presidents before Lincoln? I'll feel more comfortable with you passing judgment on my qualifications to be president if, from memory, you would mind listing the presidents. Do you want me to do it for you? Tippecanoe and Tyler, too. So that would mean Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. Now I'm memorizing every president so I can memorize every Supreme Court justice they ever appointed so I can read slip opinions and immediately understand the political constellation of the appointment of the justice who wrote the majority, the concurrent, and the dissenting opinions. Do you have any further questions? Thank you very much. Triple Bob loves Tiffany. Now, tell me which other candidate can do that. Tell me which other candidate that has announced they want to run for president has set up a regulatory agency. Tell me another candidate that understands the distinction between an Article 1 and an Article 3 court. Do you, Brad? I'm happy to educate you on some of this stuff, but I don't like the jaded nihilism. Come on now, believe in something better, show me someone who's more capable, or just go along for the ride, bro. I'm trying to help. Anyway, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I think I've sufficiently answered whatever that man's name was, question was. He had a question about my qualifications. And I was like, bro, really? Anyway, here's more from Hezbollah. They've been releasing some things over the past few hours. This is from March 30th. Oh, I agree. Brad, I'm sorry for taking your question in that way. I just believe a better tomorrow is possible. So, if we just sort of say, well, listen, we're not, Grant's not going to take any super PAC money. He's not going to deal with, a campaign or staff. That's stupid and leads to patronage. He just wants to be president, and he's smarter than every other candidate, and he knows more, and he has experience, and he, can deal with this, and he knows about the war. He probably knows more about the war than most, in fact, all politicians. And the Democrats are terrible. And, like, you know, the Republicans need someone who can inspire a Camelot era, so why not? Like, and we'll change the White House back to, like, the way it was in October of 63. And we'll just kind of pick up where history, like, died for a little bit. There was, like, an artificial cultural thesis that suppressed the emergence of its antithesis through, like, a convoluted intelligence community, like, horror show, to say it lightly. And I think we can just kind of reset and move forward if we just do that. And I think I can do it. Like, I feel called to do it. It's what I want to do. So, I think I'd be good at it. Can you imagine me up there with the press every day? We'd have so much fun. And I have great ideas for the cabinet secretaries. I'm going to make Leah Foley Attorney General. Then I'm going to make Clerk Margaret from Norfolk Superior Court the Secretary of Commerce. She doesn't know about this plan yet. Don't tell her. I have to bring her to the White House and just spring it on her. Otherwise, she's going to overthink it and say no. Her friends probably text her like, bro, you're going to become the Secretary of Commerce. And she's like, no, I am not going to become the Secretary of Commerce. Anyway, so let me rant about Brian Tully. I think I'm ready to rant. How do I explain this? I don't feel like ranting. Maybe we should watch a previous video where I ranted. Can I come sleep at the White House and plant the roses? Yes. Happy Feet Girl, you absolutely can do that. And you have to bring a penguin. Tao Mom Lin is moving into the White House. And Mimi. And Ellie. Actually, I think I'm going to appoint... I think I want Tao Mom Lin to run a cabinet position. I think she should be in the cabinet. I want Bunny to be in the cabinet too. But that's mostly so Kofi can come to the cabinet meetings. And then also... I'm thinking, like, Happy Feet Girl, we can put you in charge of redesigning the White House. You just got to make it like it was in October of 1963. I think you'll be fine. Island Girl, it's so good to see you. Yeah, I don't really like Brian Tully, Lynn. He's a bad babe. Well, yeah, Timothy, that's kind of where we're offering money. I mean, like, people did bad things. Like, I watched those cluster bombs fall. I don't think we're going to pay any money to Israel. But my point is, like, I don't think anyone in this war can say they didn't do bad things with bombs. That would be outrageous. But, like, yeah, we got to pay Iran. For a number of reasons. We don't have to be, like, weird about it. We just got to pay them. They just want money. Like, they've made it clear. They tipped their hand a little bit. But they also have control. But still, give them money. They just want money. Does everyone not? I think everyone understands this. They want sanctions relief. They want respect. They want money. We got to get past the Strait of Hormuz issue in a way that helps them save face. So build them a canal. It's all going to be fine. Like, somebody throw the canal idea out there. They're going to be like, what are you talking about? We can't build a canal. But the Pakistanis are very ingenuitive. So just tell the Pakistanis to design a plan with their engineers. They're very good. Tell them to design a plan to build a canal, like from north of Bushehr, north of Bandar al-Abbas, and then south, like, to the Strait of Hormuz. I got a plan. It's called the Persian-American Friendship Canal. Well, the Pakistanis might want some credit. They can have a plaque. They did a good job. We gotta help. If Pakistan pulls this off, we gotta, like, do something for Pakistan. Like, what does the country of Pakistan need? I imagine they have, like, most of what they need. But, like, we could do something nice for them. We gotta have, like, a concert. What's their favorite music? I don't know. We'll throw, like a Thank You Pakistan concert. Imagine if we had a Thank You Pakistan Day. India would be really mad. But we're friendly with India, too. But, like, come on. Pakistan pulled this off. If they pull this off, we gotta get... I just think, like, Iran should do this so the world can have a Thank You Pakistan Day. Do you know how great that would be if world peace was achieved by Pakistan? No one saw that one coming. That would be great. Pakistan would go down. Like, I think Pakistan would become, like, a political leader in the world if they achieved peace in this war. People would love Pakistan. You don't understand. Pakistan's probably very, very intent on pulling this off. But, like, also, Iran has to kind of think about the geopolitical realignment that would occur. Like, they got to move a little bit on the strait. They're getting so much geopolitical power. Like, they got everything they wanted. Their government stood. They're going to get sanctions relief. They're going to get money. They just got to be able to give the, like, Strait of Hormuz issue, like, a little Band-Aid for now. And the best way to do it is just open it. Iran can't be seen as backing down, so just say they got the U.S. to build them a canal. They're going to toll the canal. And then like you can present it as an economic opportunity. Probably consult the ship, the ships. You have to ask the owners of the ships if they'll pay, like what they would pay if a canal saved them X amount of hours and X amount of fuel. Timale, I'm listening to myself. I know what they're talking about. In fact, I just got an update directly from the Iranian state TV. I know exactly what the issue is. Do I think they're going to listen to my proposal? No. But it's like a genius idea. Timale, do you even know why it has to be a canal? Do you think I'm just in love with canals? I mean, the Panama Canal is pretty cool. But do you really think I just love canals? No. It's because there's a section of international law that only allows you to toll man-made navigable waterways. You can toll stuff, I suppose, in your domestic waters, but why would any ship ever do that if they could go through the strait? You got to offer something to them that's valuable. So build them a canal that saves, I don't know, 8 hours if you can. How much fuel is that? And then calculate how much that is and charge them a little less than that. See what I'm saying? Now, whether they do, I don't care if they do it. That's just what I would do. It's the one issue that's intransigent on both sides. They won't compromise, so they need a unique solution. Timale, no personalities. That's it. That's it. Somebody asked me a question and I was responding. Sir, that's it. No personalities. You have been removed from this honorable house for 30 minutes. All right, if I see another personality of such a nature, you will be removed from the house for the remainder of the day sitting. I don't want to see personalities. It sets a bad tone. It's not proper discourse. It shows that you're unable to debate on merit, and I won't have it. So you've been removed for 30 minutes for violation of Tau Standing Order Rule 1, no personalities. Here's the Pope speaking outside of St. Peter's Basilica to the overflow crowd at the Peace Vigil earlier. Then I might yell about Brian Tully.
Carissimi fratelli e sorelle, buonasera, benvenuti. Un saluto molto fraterno, molto grande a tutti voi. Grazie per la vostra presenza, per aver voluto rispondere a questa chiamata, a questo invito, a unirci tutti con la nostra voce, con i nostri cuori, con la nostra vita, a pregare per la pace. Vi benedica Dio Onnipotente, Padre, Figlio e Spirito Santo. Amen. Maria, Reina della Pace, prega per noi. Grazie a tutti. Buona preghiera.
Hi, JRP. I did not. We can watch a Lego video after I yell about Brian Tully. How about that? We can do a Lego video after I yell. I have to, compose my thoughts about this. It's a big day. This man resigning from the state police, people worked very hard to protect this man. And he's not resigning, he's, quote, retiring. But it's a very big deal in my state. It's a very big deal, in the context of a lot of cases people have been following. It's a very big deal. So, let me talk a little bit about it. Now, the way that everything works in Massachusetts is we have local cops that do each town or city. Like the Boston police, the Cambridge police, okay? They only have jurisdiction in their cities and towns. Then we have the state police, okay? They're not federal. They're a statewide police force. They mostly monitor the roads. But they also do murder investigation, high intense investigations for the highest, most serious crimes. The state police have a bunch of troops, is what it's called, or barracks, or divisions. I don't want to go into the entire command and control structure of the state police. What you need to know for these purposes of my rant is that within each district attorney in Massachusetts, so the way the prosecutorial apparatus works is we have an attorney general that mostly does enforcement of consumer protection and sues in federal court when the federal government does bad things to Massachusetts. But the actual prosecutors are elected by the county. So like the Norfolk District Attorney, the Essex County District Attorney, the Suffolk County District Attorney, the Middlesex County District Attorney, the Hampden County District Attorney, the Cape and Islands District Attorney, etc., and such on, and so on and so forth. Within the Norfolk County District Attorney, within every District Attorney's office, there's something called the State Police Detectives Unit, like SPDU, within the State Police, within the, like, embedded within each District Attorney. We're talking about something specifically called the Norfolk County State Police Detectives Unit, SPDU. The guy who was like the head of it, that's the best way to explain it. The way these units are run, there's a detective lieutenant at the top, then an executive officer below him, then a sergeant below him, and then 4 divisions. Well, it depends, but roughly 4 divisions, like the homicide division, the like digital and like child crime unit, and then 2 other divisions, I don't remember what they are, like investigatory divisions within the SPDU of a given DA. So you understand? Brian Tully was the detective lieutenant from, I think, like 2014, 2015, 2016, maybe like thereabouts or later to now. Well, not now, to like a year ago in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, for the Norfolk County DA. Now, this DA's office, they did dumb things. Like, that's the best way to explain it. Like, they ruined their lives. And now Adam Deutsch is going to become the DA. Now, a little context here before I get into the story. So, the Norfolk District Attorney for many, many years has been a guy named Michael Morrissey. He doesn't have the best reputation. He's, maybe among DAs, he's actually not a problem. Like, if you want to hear it straight, what I heard from my people is, like, his reputation among the powers that be is like, it's not him that's really the problem. He's kind of an enabler. It's the people around him. Water under the fridge. How you doing? Brian Tully, who's a state police officer involved in a case I've been covering for a while, has retired. So good to see you, water under the fridge. So I'm about to tell a tale, and I might rant. Alright, so let me tell the story. So Michael Morrissey has been the DA in Norfolk County forever, like 14 years or something, and he's kind of dumb. He's not the problem, he's just an enabler, is what my sources told me. Like, he's viewed as just, like, completely subservient to the state police unit that was, like, working around him. That's what my people told me, speaking very broadly, in a composite form. And I have a lot of friends. So that's what I believe, and they have nothing to do with this, and they know a lot, and they're in government. And their view is that it's not really Michael Morrissey, it's the people around him, aka the state police. So, this unit was dumb. They were evil and dumb. That's the best way to explain it. Just very dumb, very evil, very selfish. Very, like, stuck up, very, like, I'm better than you, I answer only to God, what are you going to do about it? And then also, I'll explain to you how insidious it gets, because Epstein, like, gets involved in this too. But basically, this is happening now because the Norfolk DA is, like, the way that state police can have cover. We had an inverted hierarchy in the Norfolk, like, DA's office, where the state police unit that were supposed to be like the investigators for the DA were really like calling the shots. And there was a lot of inside baseball, a lot of corruption, a lot of abuse of like vulnerable populations, just very bad things, like the worst of the worst. The story really picks up. We got to tell it in like a cyclical narrative. The story really picks up, I would say, arguably in September of 2022, when this journalist named Aidan Turtleboy Carney wrote a story about a woman named Tiffany Over Street. That's where I would argue this all started. You could argue it started with Sandra Birchmore's like murder and the cover-up thereof in February of 2021. You could argue that it started when Karen Reed like was indicted in June of 2022. But I think arguably like everything hit the fan because of Turtleboy's article about Tiffany Over Street in 2022 in September, because he, whether he realized it or not, like he inadvertently like stumbled onto the biggest scandal in Massachusetts history. The problem is these men were very dangerous. I put the link to the story in question in the comments. The problem is like the state police unit was really dangerous. So the context is this. I should just play you my video about this because I want to watch. Like I want to watch myself explain it to you, and it really deserves like justice because I really dug deep into it. Like I pulled the case stocks, and it's bad. So I want to let the Tiffany Over Street story, because it's bigger than Tiffany Over Street. It ties everything together. So I just want to like show you this. I may find the video for you. Alright, 1 second here. Where is it now? What was the specific one that I wanted to show you? Oh, yes. Okay. So let me show you my video from when I covered this. It really, like, Tiffany Over Street is the key to all of this, sadly. And it ties into Epstein. So just listen to Towel, and then, you know, we'll talk after the video. Take it away, Towel. I did a lot of research on this with primary source documents. It took a long time. Hello. This is a very tired Grant Smith Ellis. It's now past 9 p.m. on Sunday, February 1st, 2026. If you have not been watching what's been going on, I don't really know what's going on with the internet. Apparently I'm very popular on the internet. I did not know this. I have no idea what was going on that day. I'm still trying to process all this. Oh, I think this was the day that the man invaded my house, like the next day. But Jeffrey Epstein was in Canton. Oh, okay, right. Boozy Beauty and I just want to shout out Boozy Beauty and Trial Channel and Emily C. and Lindsay Catani and oh, goodness. I remember this day. This was like 2 months ago, bro. My life has changed so much since then. I found these records in the Epstein files. I was like, now that I think about it, I did some really impressive things. Like, I went really deep into the phone records. There were like thousands of pages in them. Now I get why Tommy and Boston Mike were just in awe, bro. I didn't really think of it as that impressive. I just was kind of doing my Towel thing. I was doing other Epstein file research. I ended up proving that Jeffrey Epstein was directly involved in this whole thing. So take a listen. A woman who is Towel. I'm a big Towel now, okay? Apparently I have a lot of birdies. They're free birdies. They're not my birdies. They're free birdies. Listen, if you're wondering, Grant, your recaps tend to be a little bit more erudite. Okay, well, today was a day. All right. So Jeffrey Epstein was in Stoughton in July of 2014. He stayed overnight. It looks like, based on the records that Boozy Beauty and I were able to find, that, so Boozy Beauty pulled up these fucking, like, what was this one? This, like, staff email from the island staff. And it shows, like, roughly July 8th at 2 in the morning, Eastern Time, AST. July 8th, 2014. Is 1 hour ahead. Epstein's staff were talking, like, scolding each other about, like, the visit by J.E. yesterday, which was July 7th. Well, you go over here, and you see Jeffrey Epstein arrived in Bedford, New Hampshire. Actually, he arrived at Manchester and then drove over to Bedford. It looks like he got Dunkies for himself and then picked up Starbucks for Ghislaine Maxwell and then took her the Starbucks and then stayed with her because both of these purchases, they post on 7/8 over here on the left. You can see July 8th. But they're actually from 7/7. You got to look over here. This is the posting date. This is the date of the transaction. Okay. So he gets to Manchester, New Hampshire. Epstein does. Probably, I'd say like 5 p.m. He's clearly tired, but I'd say it's like 5 p.m., 6 p.m., maybe as early as 2 p.m. Eastern. We got to check the flight logs. But he does that like on July 7th. But what's weird is he clearly stays with Maxwell. He doesn't get a hotel or anything. Like, maybe a private home, which was Maxwell's. And he stays with her until July 8th. Now, here's where this is fucked 6 ways from Sunday. Sorry. This was before Professor asked me to stop cussing. Sorry about that. Traveling through Massachusetts to go south as I initially thought. I thought this said NJ Turnpike. I was tired last night. You got to look at everything with this stuff. No. Jeffrey Epstein on 7/8 is down at the IKEA in Stoughton, right off the highway, 128 South, 95 South past the split on the right. He then goes to, it looks like Very Enterprises is in New Hampshire. It's not. It's a gas station chain. He goes to a gas station. He spends $345 at IKEA. Not really sure why. This receipt will be very interesting. Then he spends $37 at the gas station. Condoms, if I have to guess. And then he's overnight in Stoughton. On July 9th, right? Oh, the Duncan's purchase was on July 8th. It must have been at night, though. So it looks like, okay, I'm starting to get it. I'm going to guess we're going to find out this Duncan purchase was actually very late at night, early in the morning on 7/8 into 7/9. So he looks like he spent the day in Stoughton, okay? He went to an IKEA in Stoughton, went to the Very Enterprises, and then turns around. It looks like it posts on 7/9, but it looks like it's late at night. So it looks like his card had a habit of like transactions posted after a certain time would debit on the day of, but post the next day. By 7/9, okay, so we're looking one day back. By 7/9, he's in New Hampshire again. So he does stay at Amelia's, does stay into the early morning. And then by the next day, he doesn't go south. He turns the fuck around and goes back to New Hampshire. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Grant, that in isolation is a lot. That's Epstein likely in Stoughton near a spot that was very likely tied to a cop brothel ring that you've been talking about for a while. But Grant, can you tell me a little bit about where you're going with this? Why does Jeffrey Epstein being in Stoughton in 2014 matter? Remind you, this is July 8th, July 9th of 2014. Well, I want to credit Boozy Beauty with this, but I also want to talk about how this happened. So Boozy Beauty was kind of showing me those emails a little bit earlier in the stream. And then I said to myself, wait a minute, what happened in 2014? Like, in the summer, like, let's see if we can see if there were any crimes. I literally Googled, I have the proof on my phone, crimes in Stoughton in 2014 in the summer. The last result, you can probably find the clip. I start screaming. Not screaming, I was just like, oh fuck. It was Divine and a woman named Tiffany Over Street. Now, Tiffany Over Street was tormented by the state police. Why? Because she entered a romantic relationship with then Deputy Chief of the Stoughton Police, Robert Divine, the man who brought in Matthew Farwell, accused of killing Sandra Birchmore. Also a young girl in Canton, recruited into the Police Explorers program and then groomed, potentially into a brothel. Why? Because an IA report into Divine talked about someone unknown threatening Sandra about money owed to girls at a dorm suite. Sandra lived at an apartment in Canton. So let me tell you this. These dates, okay, they're a smoking gun. They are not the smoking gun, but they are a smoking gun. Why? Because I just laid out to you Mr. Epstein's route of travel. And I believe Mr. Epstein personally went to Stoughton to talk to Robert Divine in the summer of 2014 because of Tiffany Over Street. Now you might be saying, Grant, if that's true, you've done not only have you done it, but the implications of that, if you know this story, would be shocking. The Tiffany Over Street story and what the state police did to her. What state police unit? None other than Brian Tully's predecessor as detective lieutenant, apparently, Kevin Shea, and a trooper named Sean J. Quirk. What did they do? Well, they wrote up this document, which we'll zoom in on. I'm just going to read through it. Mind you, remember, Robert Divine is like now basically fired, decertified by the Post Commission, and like accused of abusing Sandra Birchmore, lying to the court about it. Like, he's a very bad man. But in 2014, what were the state cops at the Norfolk DA's unit, SPDU? What were they doing? On Wednesday, November 12, 2014, think about the proximity here in time. I, Trooper Sean J. Quirk, was assigned to investigate an alleged violation of a criminal harassment order. The harassment order was granted on October 3rd, 2014, by the Norfolk Superior Court against Tiffany Over Street. I wonder who granted that order. And why did the Superior Court grant an harassment order? It's a district court order. The plaintiffs of the order are Robert and Lisa Devine. The order had an original expiration date of October 9, 2014, but was extended through October 23, 2014. On October 20th, 2014, so literally she didn't do anything during the week it was in existence. They continued it, maybe without her knowledge. I bet they really fucked her. From October 9th to October 23rd. On October 20th, 2014, flowers were delivered to Lisa Devine at her residence. The message that accompanies the flowers stated, an investigation revealed that the order was placed by blank. The order information came from the result of an administrative subpoena submitted to FTD.com by Officer Sandra Barrett. Robert advised that blank is a friend of Overstreet. Robert reported the incident to the Stoughton Police, where Robert is the deputy chief. Officer Sandra Barrett took the report, and Chief Shanstity was made aware of the situation. That means all these people were in on it. On Saturday, November 14, 2014, I spoke to Robert. He reported that the harassment order was sought because of ongoing harassment from Miss Overstreet. He stated since the order was granted, he has been receiving phone calls on his personal cell and emails from unknown numbers at all times of the day and night. Some of the calls and messages were reported to be threatening. Robert advised that he searched the phone numbers and emails and found they came back to a website called bandwidth.com. Robert provided me with a copy of the response he received from Bandwidth.com's legal division. Bandwidth.com advised the numbers he requested were provided to a wholesale customer, Enflick Inc., and therefore a legal service will need to be sent to the company. Enfix provides a free application called TextNow that allows a person to disguise their true number or email. Robert also stated that the password for his Comcast account had been changed today, but he had not requested a change. He stated that his inbox folder, sent folder, and contacts were all deleted. He said he found 2 deleted emails in the trash bin. At that point, he then changed the username. He further stated that there have been previous attempts to gain access to the accounts. Robert stated that no one has his passwords. I asked him if Overstreet attempted to access accounts, which she knew the answers to his security questions, and he stated yes, probably. On Sunday, November 16, 2014, Robert contacted me to inform me that he received a message indicating that an email from his Comcast account failed to be delivered. He said that he had not tried to send a message. He said it appeared to be from his account to his cell phone. The error message returned an IP showing 209, etc., that uses AT&T. Robert stated he uses Verizon. There is an indication on the return receipt that the message may have come from textm.net. He also informed me that last night he received more texts from unknown numbers. There was an administrative subpoena submitted to AT&T on November 25th. On Monday, who does this over harassing calls? They really fucked this girl. On Monday, November 17, 2014, this is the point Aiden was trying to prove, that they would do this to someone who was on to them. I went to Stoughton, not to prove, he was definitely helping the feds. I went to Stoughton PD to meet with Robert. During our meeting, he spoke about his relationship with his wife and how he met Overstreet. He stated last fall, so 2013, he and his wife Lisa were considered separating. Around the time he became involved with Overstreet. Yeah, right. I wonder why you and Lisa were going to separate. I wonder how many girls you had been with over your life, Mr. fucking Divine. Around this time, he became involved with Overstreet, and things progressed into a more serious relationship. I don't believe that. I think she was a call girl, if not a slave. He advised that Overstreet's attitude towards him changed. She turned threatening and abusive. Oh my God, they gaslit. Oh my God, they were covering for him. Robert stated that as the next summer approached, he and his wife decided to reconcile their marriage. So now we're in summer 2014. He wanted to end the relationship he had with Overstreet. He stated, so this is literally when Epstein goes to Stoughton. He stated Overstreet wished to continue a relationship with him and did not want him to go back to his wife. She made threats of committing S if he abandoned her. From this time until the issuance of the order, there have been numerous instances of harassing texts, some of which are threatening. Robert contacted me to inform that his Google account had been changed. He provided a screenshot. He also informed me received an email containing pictures of Overstreet and himself. On November 25th, I sent an administrative subpoena to Google. And then they put revenge porn of her online. They put the revenge porn in the fucking police okay, so I get really mad during this, like really mad, because what you're gonna find out is that right after Jeffrey Epstein visited Canton, the police arrested this woman a few months later. The state police unit that also investigated Karen Reed and Aiden Carmen. Now, what's troubling about this is that it demonstrated a willingness of the state police unit to help Mr. Devine. Now, jump forward to, 2014 was also when a young woman by the name of Sandra Birchmore was trying to enter the Police Explorers program. Now, the Police Explorers program in Stoughton was coordinated by Mr. Devine for 15 years. Only one contract between the program and its parent support network called Learning for Life where it was ever discovered. In an email in the Epstein files, it strongly implied that Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein were running the Learning for Life Foundation. Now, what's fascinating about this and very concerning is that in 2021, on February 1st at 9:27 p.m., a Stoughton police officer who was intimately friends with Robert Devine and also with his twin brother Billy Farwell, Matthew Farwell, according to the federal government, went over to Sandra Birchmore's apartment on February 1st, 2021 at 9:27 p.m. and hung Miss Birchmore from a door. Miss Birchmore and her 8 to 10 week old unborn baby boy died as a result. It turned out subsequent to that death on February 4th, 2021, that Sandra's colleagues at the school where she worked as an administrative assistant made a call for a wellness check. Upon the wellness check being sent in, the Canton Police Department arrived at Sandra's apartment. Within 48 hours of receiving that wellness check and finding Sandra deceased, the Canton Police had 3 pieces of distinct information. One, that Matthew Farwell was the man on the security camera at Sandra's apartment complex at 9:27 p.m. on February 1st, 2021, the time of her death. Number 2, that Matthew Farwell was the man who moved Sandra into her apartment a year earlier. Number 3, that Matthew Farwell had been going around to people at Sandra's school telling them that he had been abusing Sandra since she was underage. Number 4, that Matthew Farwell had told friends of Sandra's that if Sandra was going to carry her baby to term, Farwell would, quote, take care of the problem himself. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it did turn out, pursuant to subsequent DNA testing, that Matthew Farwell was not the father of Sandra Birchmore's unborn 8 to 10 week old baby boy. But what also happened is that the state police unit that Brian Tully was in charge of at the time, they investigated Miss Birchmore's death because all unattended deaths in the Commonwealth are subject to the original jurisdiction of the DA and the state police. Okay? So, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and the State Police Unit assigned to that man, Michael Morrissey, and then Brian Tully was the State Police Detective Lieutenant, so Michael Morrissey, DA, Brian Tully, State Police Detective Lieutenant, and then below him, John Fanning, the Administrative Assistant, who actually wrote the report into Farwell and Sandra's death, and then below him, Sergeant Yuri Buchanan. Now, it's important to note that both John Fanning and Yuri Buchanan used to work in Stoughton as police officers before going over to the State Police Unit with Brian Tully. Now, let's also remember something important, which is that in 2021, John Fanning, Brian Tully's right-hand man and his executive officer of the State Police Detectives Unit for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, proceeded to write a report exonerating Matt, quote, unquote, Matt, notice they called Robert, Matt, for the murder of Sandra Birchmore. They blamed Sandra for her own death. Now, it would come out in a subsequent internal affairs investigation that there was a litany of evidence linking not only Farwell to Sandra's death, but also a litany of evidence confirming that an unknown person had gone to Sandra in the months before her death and threatened Sandra over, quote, the money owed to the girls, quote, at the dorm suite. Now, Sandra doesn't live in a dorm suite. She lived in an apartment alone. there is a dorm suite she might have been in with other girls where money might have been changing hands, and there might be a possibility that cops and firemen and others have been patroning brothels in Massachusetts where waitresses are actually prostitutes. Now, I called the government about this. I called the federal government, called the state government. I called lots of governments. Anyway, so my point is, I'm a dad. So, after Brian Tully's state police unit, two of them were very connected to the Stoughton police where Farwell worked, like cover up Sandra Birchmore's murder, in my opinion. And I'm petitioning my government for redress of my grievances right now, just to be explicitly clear. But anyway, after they cover up that murder, in August, it was actually May of 2026, May of 2022, on May 26th of 2022, the federal government, okay, the big boys, the feds, the big girls and boys, they impanel a public corruption grand jury. I know this very intimately because of the indictment related to the grand jury leaker, but we don't have to talk about that. Anyway, so, on May 26, 2022, like right after Sandra's murder is covered up, the federal government opens a public corruption grand jury. Now, this mostly looks into the state police. Like, they look into a bunch of stuff with the state police. And in August 2023, according to Josh Levy at our press conference, then U.S. Attorney, in August of 2024, in August of 2023, the federal government started a grand jury into Sandra's death, whereupon 12 months later, in August of 2024, the U.S. government tendered an indictment under 28 U.S.C. 1853 for murder of a cooperating federal witness. You'll learn that Sandra doesn't have to actually have been cooperating. The case law is like, if the person who committed the murder thought Sandra might potentially cooperate with a federal agent, or even just like any government agent that has a federal connection, it's enough. Like, the case law in federal court's rough for defendants, like really brutal. But yes, that's it. Let me wait 1 second while things kind of settle. We had a dropped frame issue. We're back. We had a dropped frame issue. Sorry. It's actually nice weather today. It's just a little warm, so we might have some dropped frames. But anyway, in August of 2024, Matthew Farwell gets indicted. Matthew Farwell would then get indicted again in the fall of 2025 for murder of Sandra Birchmore's unborn baby boy. God bless Mr. President Trump and the DOJ under Leah Foley, U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, for pressing charges for that unborn baby boy. He mattered, and those charges are important, and I'm grateful to them for that. It's about time, his life mattered. Moving forward, Matthew Farwell will be going on trial in the fall of 2026 for Sandra Birchmore's murder. To this day, Brian Tully State Police Unit, former State Police Unit, and the Norfolk DA have Sandra Birchmore's murders down as the result of self-harm. Alright? So looping backwards, okay, to 2021. In 2022, January 28th into January 29th of 2022, a man by the name of John O'Keefe, who was a Boston police officer, was murdered on the front lawn of a fellow Boston police officer's home. A woman by the name of Karen Reed was framed for John O'Keefe's death and acquitted of his murder. However, upon further analysis, John's killer is still out there, and he was seen on video. He's the unknown mystery man from the Canton Police Sallyport at 5:38 p.m. that day on January 29, 2022. Now, the same state police unit that did that bad stuff to Tiffany Over Street to help Robert Devine, the same state police unit that covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder to help Matthew Farwell, the same state police unit indeed that works for Michael Morrissey, tried to cover up John O'Keefe's murder by blaming Karen Reed. Now, I was intimately familiar with covering that case, but I was propagandized by the forces close to the state who run this like odd, like faux propaganda network where like they try to infiltrate people's lives and then manipulate them based on their proximity to them and their friends and family. It's kind of like private intelligence on steroids. It should be illegal. I'm gonna outlaw it domestically when I get elected president. I know. Sean on the Gulf's gonna lose his mind. Bro, I can't wait till I'm president. He has to call me Mr. President. If he's rude to me, he can't ever talk to me in the White House. He has to call me Mr. President. I'm gonna teach him a lesson in respect. I think he already respects me. He just didn't show me enough respect. There's a difference. Anyway, so he's like some like CIA guy. I dislike the way the intelligence community like contracts out through private intelligence, bro. Do that in the UK. Do that in South Africa, whatever the hell, bro. Stay out of doing that domestically. That's disgusting. They like pressure criminal defendants, in my opinion, generally speaking, the intelligence community, and for, what are they called? The former agent group of the FBI. I think they contract out, in my opinion, some of them, speaking generally, their services and try to pressure criminal defendants to plead guilty before trial through media strategies. It's like this secret thing. I got really close. They propagandized me, though. I didn't go in there trying to figure them out. They propagandized and manipulated me, like, viciously. And then I was like, why? Like, I'm too smart for that. So I had to find out why. I didn't know the answer was, like, Epstein and private intelligence and all this stupid, like, convoluted cover-up nonsense. I call it stupid because it's such an insult to the memory of the victims that you have these like people LARPing on social media on behalf of the state police because they're cowards. Cowards, not heroes. We have real heroes in this country. Real, honest to God heroes who serve our country nobly every day, put their lives on the line in a military, in the police departments and otherwise. And these men that I've seen in charge of the Norfolk County State Police Detectives Unit for the past like 12 years are a disgrace. Michael Morrissey's a disgrace for allowing it. They ruined my perception of the legal system in this country and made me not want to be a lawyer. And I hate them for it. And I know a lot of people. I asked a lot of questions and I got my answers and they disgusted me. All of it disgusts me. All of it. The brothels, the prostitution, the abuse of children, the use of the Police Explorers program. Do you know how mad some of the state government agencies were when I told them that the Police Explorers program like was being used the way it was? They freaked out. They freaked out. I've never actually heard like someone mad. I've heard the FBI like concerned about a national security thing that like I found incidentally just looking into like a juror's father-in-law and this guy in Saudi Arabia in the 1980s. It's complicated. It has to do with the Boeing Warrior X system. I don't have time to explain. Anyway, my point is I've heard the government like concerned, but I've never actually heard them mad until I told like a specific government department about what like the Police Explorers program was doing. Bro, they got so mad. They got so mad. I was worried, actually. They got so mad. I've never seen, like, a government agency actually get, like, vindictively mad. Like, those people are in so much trouble. They hurt the children. I don't like people who hurt the children. Don't hurt the children. It makes me really mad. So, anyway, it gets bad. It gets really bad. Karen Reed, in an interview with Rotten Mango, said that between when she was first like falsely charged in February, I think like February 2nd of 2022, and when she was indicted in June of 2022, she thought that the state police unit was going to Sandra Birchmore her. Sandra Birchmore's name became a verb. Karen was on it, bro. She knew right away. She was hip to it because John O'Keefe was hip to it. He knew. I don't know if he was undercover or just like weird. I don't like people who buy prostitutes. I think it enables human trafficking. I'm on a big kick about like no prostitution. Like don't buy prostitutes. Stop. It hurts America and the world and enables sex trafficking. Stop buying prostitutes. Stop going to brothels. It's wrong. You know it's wrong. Stop doing it. It's cheap. It's such a degraded form of sex and love. It's disgusting. It's an affront to humanity, and it enabled Jeffrey Epstein. So stop. It's what I want. I want you to stop. Tell your family and your friends, stop going to brothels and prostitutes. My friend, who's a nice guy, named Grant in Tao, he wants to be the president. And he wants you to stop going to prostitutes and brothels. It hurts America and the world and enables sex trafficking. So anyway, John O'Keefe was I genuinely, from what I've seen, think he was a good guy. I've seen some indicia that he might have been undercover. I can't confirm it. Like, I can't. It's really hard. That stuff's locked down. Even after somebody dies, it's very locked down and hard to get. I have some friends who know things, and I've seen some things that lead me to believe he might have been undercover. I can't prove it, so I'm not going to assert it as fact, but it's a possibility. And he was like in the sex offenders unit of the Boston PD. Now, if you know anything about like the way you got, these guys are very bad, and some women do it too, but these guys who hurt kids are really bad. And they move, like a lot of them pretend to be predator hunters too, so like hunting them is actually hard because they pretend to predator hunt so they can hide in plain sight. Then the cops like flip them and use them. It's very complicated. There's a lot of reform that's going to come to the CI system if I get elected president on the state and federal level. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. I know what the state police have been doing with their informants. I told the Globe. So, it's disgusting. So anyway, there's this problem with the state police in particular. And Karen Reed thinks in June of 2022 that this unit is going to like hang her from a door and blame it on herself. She said it to Rotten Mango. Turtle Boy, this journalist, by September of 2022, is covering Tiffany Over Street. And then Turtle Boy, by like April, May of 2023, is covering Karen's case. And there's a lot of similarities between them. Because John O'Keefe, because he was undercover, was looking into some serious stuff. Like child sex trafficking. And there's like people he was around that he should not have been. He couldn't have been around them based on the work he did. But he was around them. So I think he was like undercover. If you know anything about the Boston police and that unit, if you read the news stories, it's known for going undercover in other parts of the state. It really is. It's what they do. They're really good. People think they just are like the sex offender registry compliance people. No, bro. Are you out of your mind? That unit in particular is undercover. They plant people undercover in communities throughout the state. They're Boston PD, but they work on interagency task forces. I mean, it's the worst kept secret in Massachusetts. So there's even a news article about it. They're really brave to do that because child sex traffickers just hide in plain sight, bro. They really do. Like, I know, like, exactly what's good with, like, how they've been hiding in plain sight. I've been trying to break up this network for a long time. And, like, they just look like moms and dads, or, like, you know, some random lady on the internet who runs a YouTube channel but actually pimps out a roommate. Yeah, no, I told the feds about her. And the government. So anyway, my point is, like, it's kind of sad. It's very frustrating. Like, I think John O'Keefe was on to these bastards. Sorry for cussing, but they're very bad. Like, demon worshipping, like, child abusing, like, demons. So anyway, Johnny was on. I don't mean to call him Johnny, but I got so used to, like, when you're referring to him in an honorable way, it was Johnny. But I didn't know him. But, like, that's, like, the honorable way. It was requested in the court documents from the state. Like, that his family requested they call him Johnny in the documents. Anyway, John O'Keefe I think was onto it. And just like I'm not going to talk about all of this now because it's very like hyper local, and I don't think these people were like the big like honchos. They were just part of this disgusting. If you have slept with a child, you're a monster. You're disgusting. You're a disgrace. You're a vile monster. These people. And they just walk around in like human bodies, but they're soulless devils. I'm not going to use their name because I'm mad. If I put a face to it, I get so mad. Don't make me think about the doggy video. I'm so mad. Don't make me get mad. I want them to know that they're devils. I want them to burn. If you've ever hurt a child, you're going to burn. There will be no repentance. You will burn. There's no salvation. It's going to be horrible. Every minute of it, forever. I don't even know how you sleep at night. How much Xanax does it take to forget what you did to the kids? You're a monster. I'm so mad at those people. I know exactly. They're still around, too. It's disgusting. I'm trying so hard. I made some calls to some people in the government. I did everything I could. I think they're going to get them. Like, the day is coming. I kind of know who they're targeting, and it's epic. It's really epic. They gotta get them. This network in Canton was really bad, bro, and they were hurting the kids. And you don't hurt kids. I'm so mad. Hoity-toity. It makes me so mad. They pretend they're these, like, rich, like, aristocratic, like, no, they just hurt kids. They're demons. Devil-worshipping demons. And I want them all to burn. So anyway, I get really mad about this. John O'Keefe was definitely on to them, though. You're like, he cannot be around some of the people he was around. Like, one particular couple, bro, is not okay for him to be around them under the rules of his work, which means he was only around them to, like, do undercover work. So anyway, they got Johnny. It's John O'Keefe. It's really sad. I don't even think Miss O'Keefe can, like, process this. I have never talked to her. I did give her the sign of the cross once. I probably should talk to her and Paul about this. Because, like, they got propagandized by this, like, network of, like, terrible people that were, like, trying to insulate the, like, actual people that hurt John. And my opinion is that they were like child sex traffickers. And it's in Canton. I don't know if Miss O'Keefe actually understands the scope of it. I think Helena Rafferty should just tell her. But that's my opinion. Anyway, so, like, it's bad, bro. It's really bad. Like, horribly bad. Like, actually dangerous for children to be in that town. Like, I think John may have got, like, more involved because he was worried about his kids growing up there. He adopted his double orphan niece and nephew. It's a really sad story. John's sister passed away in November of 2013 from cancer. And then his brother-in-law, she left behind 2 children and a husband. The husband died from a broken heart, I think, in 2014, on January 12th, 2014, to be precise. And the 2 kids were orphaned. And John took them in, and I think he was very protective of them. And I think what happened was he realized Canton was like, it's a small town in Massachusetts. I think he realized it was like really messed up. Like, there were people hurting kids. It was bad. And so I think he tried to like look into them, and they got him. And then they blame Karen, because that's what they do. If they're going to do a hit like that, they'll just blame it on someone else. Bro, you need a patsy, unwitting or otherwise. So Karen was a patsy. Free the goats and unhurried. Hashtag save the goats. Thank you, water under the fridge. So Karen, I think because of what had happened, like with John, I think she was probably privy to like some of this. So I think the whole time, that's why she told Rotten Mango that she was worried they were going to Sandra Birchmore, like do the Sandra Birchmore treatment to her. And because of what Johnny knew. Karen didn't just say that. Like, she didn't. Like, no one knew. Like, I don't even think the civil lawsuit was filed in Norfolk Superior Court by Sandra's family at that time. Karen knew because she was close to it. She was just scared. which is understandable. And then Turtle Boy, in my opinion, is he probably figured this all out by September of 2022. But bro, the Epstein files weren't out back then. You're up against like a very dark, very dangerous thing. So what do? You probably talk to Karen. And you're like, listen, like these dudes have got Tiffany. Like, are they coming for you? Karen's like, yeah, but we gotta have a plan, Turtle Boy. We gotta have a plan. I don't believe they met for the first time in April of 2023. I think it was probably between October of 2022 and late 2022. It's probably like sometime around when Yannetti and Jackson and Karen went in to see Levy at the U.S. Attorney's office in Boston. Because like Rachel Rollins could easily hook it up, and she's the link here. That's why Karen's probably in an awkward diplomatic position. Because what Rollins did in the Arroyo and Hayden primary in 2022, that was brutal. Rollins abused the office. She rightfully, like Levy, Dustin Chow, Bill Abley, and the executive officer, boss lady, took out Rachel Rollins. Like Rollins was there when like Karen probably first went to Levy, and Rollins wasn't allowed under her ethics agreement when she became U.S. Attorney in January of 2022 to investigate anyone for a year that she like had a potential conflict with. It was more enumerated than the ethics agreement. You can read it. Rachel Rollins was the U.S. Attorney, so like Josh Levy's boss. I think that's how Yannetti and them ended up with Levy. I think it was because Rollins, under her ethics agreement, pushed it with the Arroyo and Hayden thing. It was under investigation, so she kicked it to Levy, who then went on to become acting U.S. Attorney and U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts. Now he's suing Mr. President Trump on behalf of Harvard. So that tells you a lot about the political constellation of that whole thing. Anyway, so I think what probably happened was what Aiden did in the summer of 2023 is a very classic federal tactic. I saw it right away. I had a lot of respect for it, bro. You gotta put yourself on the line. They did it differently, though, than they did out in Vegas back in the day. So this journalist, Turtle Boy, he's, like, known locally for doing a lot of, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's, like, police corruption in, like, journalism, but, like, he protects his sources by doing, like, drama. He makes it look like it's about drama, but it's really, like, about police corruption. It's just police corruption in mass is really hard to look into. So let me show you like a classic FBI tactic. It's like a 3-minute video. It helps explain Turtle Boy's articles in the summer of 2023. It was genius. Like the feds railed these state cops, which frankly the state cops deserve, bro. Like they're evil, some of them. And like they mess with my mom and she's old and I don't like that. Like don't play psychological games, bro. I'll rail you and I'll smile while doing it. I have a lot of friends in government. Alright, I hate intelligence community tactics, and what I hate even more is people who are disrespectful of my intelligence. Alright, what was I gonna look? Oh yes, you know. I did that all from memory, by the way, so don't mess with me. I have it all memorized. And all the stuff about the war memorized. It's not that hard. I just do it, bro. Alright, let me show you this video. This is what I think Turtle Boy did in the summer of 2023. It's a classic FBI op. It's a really good way to generate tips. They're very smart. I'm surprised they let Turtle Boy get charged, though, unless that was part of, like, the plan. They needed him to catch charges in order to prove that this unit is just dirty to the core. So let me show you. Let me show you about this FBI video. My, like, information...
Also playing off...
My information about this has like changed a lot over time, but one thing that links it all together is like Turtle Boy acting kind of in a way to like not entrap. It's not entrapment, because entrapment means like I'm not a lawyer, there's not legal advice, but like entrapment means you're going down the street to buy a newspaper and your intent is to buy a newspaper, and then someone comes up to you with cocaine and is like, hey, do you want this cocaine? And you're like, no. And they're like, buy this cocaine. And you're like, no. And then they're like, buy this cocaine. Like, do it. And you're like, well, I wasn't intending to do it, but like, will you leave me alone if I buy the cocaine? They're like, yeah. So you buy the cocaine, then they arrest you. That's entrapment. Because you weren't intending to buy cocaine. The cop walked up to you and like forced the cocaine on you and then arrested you. That's entrapment. I think what happened was they set the state police up. Like Turtle Boy was what's called like it was like a honeypot, like a reverse honeypot. It's the strangest honeypot I've ever seen. It kind of aligns with these tactics, but it was a modified, like evolved format of it. It was like a honeypot for bad cops. Like just put someone out there doing activity that is very obviously legal and see if they'll charge them as a favor to the like Jen McCabe and also to perpetuate the cover up and then bang them all with charges. That's how you do it, bro. It's epic. And the feds, when they come hard. And they don't always come like right away when they do their investigation. There's a latency. But when they come really hard, especially against police corruption. They don't like it. It makes other cops look bad, especially when like young girls are dying, like cops are dying. So anyway, let me give you this little playbook from early 2002. It's about a cool guy named Buffalo Jim. He ran a wrestling school in Vegas. His friend Steve Miller was a blogger. And like Buffalo Jim owned this, like he was kind of close to the WWF at the time during the Attitude Era. I think he knew some of the Samoans. I don't remember. It might have been like Rikishi or like his brother or something. It was some of like the Rock's family, like the Mavia family. So like the dude, like Buffalo Jim had like good connects. He ran a wrestling school, like on the corner of a lot, and next to him was a strip club called the Crazy Horse 2, and it was mobbed up. And they wanted him out of there because they wanted the whole lot. And he was like, no, bro. Like, yeah, I like my school. Well, they like started threatening him. So him and his buddy Steve Miller go to the FBI, and the FBI does the following. This was early 2000s. You can only talk about it after 7 years. You have to sign a binding 7-year NDA to do this kind of thing, which is why you know that I don't work for anyone, because no one would let me say any of the things I tell you. I'm just a journalist.
Was also playing offense, and he was playing for the FBI.
The feds came in and completely usurped the local police department investigation, which was going backwards, not even forwards. Nobody quite ever figured out what was going on, and now, of course, I can talk about both Buffalo and I were confidential informants for the FBI. And that started in 2002, and it lasted through 2007, the day the place was closed. And the confidentiality part is for 7 years, approximately.
So now you can talk about it.
Oh, yeah.
Well past that.
Absolutely. But for the 7 years that we were on contract with the FBI, so it wasn't a matter of just, I can't talk. I mean, I don't think I'd go to jail, but I could get in a lot of trouble. You're not allowed to talk.
Yeah. In 2003, the Crazy Horse 2 was raided by the FBI.
And so I was thrilled when I saw the feds step in. The police were told, butt out. When the feds had their raid, I was told about it because they wanted me to cover it, nobody else. I later found out what the real basis of the raid was. Can't believe this story either when I tell you, but I will. They were there for only one reason, was to plant electronics. It was supposedly on the premise of drugs and guns. That wasn't
That
why.
was all the cover.
That was the cover. Yeah, that was the cover. And they were there. They planted so much electronics in there, cutting edge. I mean, only the feds would have what they had. That place was wired for the next 5 years.
This was the beginning of the end for Rick Rizzolo and the Crazy Horse 2. Over the next few years, the FBI, with the help of Buffalo Jim and Steve, surveilled and investigated the Crazy Horse 2 and its associates.
So my dad was a credible source to them.
Yeah.
When my dad said something occurred, it actually occurred.
Yeah.
But my dad would send in information to them, and I was told that it was very helpful.
My column was completely vetted by the FBI on a weekly basis, and that I would see things there that I thought were kind of interesting. They had how many places, how many links were there to my personal email address throughout, 10 maybe in each column. I didn't put them there. And all of a sudden, on Google and Bing and all the various search engines, if you type in Crazy Horse 2, here comes my column on the top, the next column, the next column. I mean, I'm taking up pages. So I begun to ask around, and the guys laughed and they said, yeah, we took care of that for you. You're famous. Okay, so I said, what am I supposed to do? I'm getting all these emails, people got beat up, they got this and that. He says, okay, that's what we want you to do. That's why we put you in there. He says, if it sounds legit, you got to call me 24/7. And he says, and you give me the name of the person, give me a little scenario as to what they told you happened and their phone number. And we'll get right back to him. He says, you got to tell them they're going to get a call. A guy named Bobby, he's a federal agent. Well, 13 people in the next couple of years, that's as many as I was credited for, emailed me. And they were the federal witnesses.
Rick and the people who had interest in protecting the Crazy Horse 2 may not have known Jim was working directly with the FBI.
Voila. Nice little package. How about them apples? It all sounds eerily familiar, doesn't it? To the summer of 2023. And then, chaos has reigned ever since. And now the state police are just like collapsing. Like the police corruption in Massachusetts, like every day someone's getting arrested, resigning, going to jail, another bad thing happens. It's getting to be a point where we have a reputation as a state of just being completely incompetent. Like we do a lot, like if you go to the courts every day, they actually are a very noble service. A lot of the courts are just trying to like deal with people who have like acute crises in their life. They're not actually bad people. They're like, most of what, like I've observed courts for hundreds, if not thousands of hours, because I'm a journalist. So you go in there for a case, like there might be 40 cases on the docket in district court in the morning. And you go there for like a 9 a.m. call for like a big case. Maybe it will be heard by 11. Bro, if it's a big case, they'll do the whole docket and then be like, all right, we're going to a second call for this case. Judge like goes to chambers for like half hour. He comes back out. He's like, okay. Or she, like, we're ready to go, and then you're there for like 3 hours. It's very rough. But the point is, it's interesting. I have more courtroom time than a lot of practicing lawyers, but I'm not a lawyer. I went to law school, though. But anyway, so, like, most of the court system is very honorable. That's the best way I can explain it. There are some bad judges that do bad things. I get so mad at them. If a judge does something bad, I get really upset. Because, like, they have to be infallible. Or, like, the president's wife must be above reproach. And it's very similar with, like, judges. Like, the justice, like, Lady Justice's wife, which is the judge's, must be above reproach. And they're not always. Like, that judge in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, bro, if she survives with her judgeship, like, if professionally, I'll be shocked. She's gonna be forced to step down. She got caught. Anyway, most of the courts, from my thousands, if not tens of thousands of hours in courtrooms in this Commonwealth, like, I love the clerks. Like, I have so much respect for the clerks that I want to make Clerk Margaret the Secretary of Commerce. I've never talked to her outside of, like, the clerk's office where she's like, hi, Grant, would you like a document? I'm like, yes, Clerk Margaret. She's like, okay, what's the docket number? Or one time, we were in court, and she's the boss lady now. Like, she probably doesn't think of herself as the boss lady. Well, maybe she does. But she's the boss lady of Norfolk Superior Court now, basically, because Clerk Jim resigned. So Margaret's in charge. And, like, I was there, like, a month ago, and I wanted to be the still pool photographer. Clerk Margaret was beaming. She was very happy to say yes. So my point is, like, I love the clerks. They're just the greatest. They're like these yayo men and women, like, public servants. If you've never met a court clerk or, like, the staff, they're amazing. They are the most administratively efficient thing you've ever seen. There's no red tape. You don't need to you need to know how to navigate the system, but there's no red tape. A clerk is your best friend. If you don't love the clerks, you're a failure as a lawyer. Or as a defendant or a plaintiff. You have to love the clerks. They're the greatest. But anyway, my point is, what they do is, like, they just case manage, and like that, you go in there and they just know everything about their docket. It's their docket. Every court's a little different. Superior Court's its own beast. That's why Clerk Margaret's a boss. But district court's, like, very intense. You gotta be better at what you do in district court on a volume basis. Superior Court, you gotta be better at, like, complex litigation. They each have their own specialities. And then, like, to be a civil clerk, oh my goodness, they're like expert librarians. You ever meet a civil clerk for Superior Court, bro? It's the most intimidating thing. They're like the boss of the whole court. They're the smartest people you've ever met. Civil clerk, Superior Court is probably the hardest thing to do. Criminal court, Superior Court's a little harder, but less volume of cases, more volume of paper. Then district court is just a flood. It's like drinking from a fire hose, 300 and whatever, 10 days a year, however many days there are in a year that it's open. It's nonstop. It's like drinking from a fire hose. Every day it's intense, and it's nonstop in the morning session. But courts, 97% of cases I see, and I've seen a lot of cases. We're talking, how many cases have I seen like in court? Oh God. Low ball, probably like 15,000, like different cases. Because when you're in district court during the day, you see easily like 100 or 200 a day on a heavy day. All sorts of stuff, just in the main courtroom. Anyway, and I've seen so many pretrial hearings, arraignments, status conferences, motion hearings, like hearings to review status, like bail revocations, just you name it, I've seen it. And so anyway, 97% of them are someone who's in an acute crisis and who like doesn't really like is not evil. They're just kind of embarrassed, and they're just like, yeah, I'm sorry. And the judge is like, well, like, why do you keep stealing? And the defendant's like, I'm hungry. And the judge is like, well, I'm sorry. Like, you know, we have a food bank, but you can't like steal from the Stop and Shop. And the defendant's like, I know, judge, I'm just really hungry. And it's not always like this, but they don't say it so explicitly, but it's very just like, judge, I'm like, I don't have any food. And then the judge will be like, okay, well, we're going to like refer you to this service, and you're going to be on probation, and you can't go back to the Stop and Shop, and like, stop coming in my courtroom. Like, if I see you again, I'm going to make you go to jail for a week. And then the guy's like, okay, or the girl's like, okay, sorry, judge. And then like everybody goes home. It's like a lot of like management of like very localized crises. That's district court. And like most of the people, they just need support services. Like it's like ridiculous, most of what they're charged with. They didn't mean to do anything bad. They like, we're just having a bad day. But there's 3% of cases that are actually in district court. You see it way less in district court, way more. District court's like you beeped your horn too loud. Oh, no, I'm not undermining district court, but I see tickets in there like on the criminal docket for like somebody beeping their horn while going through the intersection and not at another car, but just to like beep it. Like, you can't do that. You can't be too loud and aggressive with your beeping. But like 97% of district court cases are just clerks trying to manage like people in crisis, and like the probation officers there trying to help, and the judge is trying to help, and the prosecutor's trying to help, and the victim advocate's trying to help. Everybody's just trying to help. There are 3% of cases in district court that are very contentious. Very contentious. It's rare. 1 out of 50. But they can get rough. They're very rarely do you even see a trial in district court. Like, I'm talking comparatively to the volume. Almost everything gets disposed in district court before a trial. But like, you do sometimes get very intense district court proceedings. If it's like, how do I explain this? If it's like a heated public issue, a public figure, like, that's about it. Most of the time it's calm. It's just clerks trying to help people. Like, people just trying to, like, get it done, seal their records, expunge, like, get through the process. It's very low, like, intensity on most days. Superior Court is a different animal. Everything that gets up to Superior Court was either bound over by indictment from district court. That means, like, you were charged, and then you get indicted, which is a grand jury voting on it after the initial charges are, like, you have an open district court proceeding, and it gets bound over to Superior Court through a grand jury hearing the evidence again and issuing a true bill. Then your case like gets picked off the district court docket and goes over to Superior Court. Some cases originate in the Superior Court, like 30A challenges to administrative actions originate in the Superior Court by statute. But I'm not a lawyer, that's not legal advice. But on the whole, like, only the most serious stuff gets to Superior Court. Like, only the most serious stuff, criminal stuff, gets to Superior Court. A lot of, like, government civil stuff goes in Superior Court, etc., etc., etc. But, like, Superior Court, it's not really where most people end up with their criminal charges. It has to be very serious. Like, bank robbery, even that won't go up there anymore. Like, to bind over an indictment, you have to, like, hurt a vulnerable person, like, take a life, like, crash your car, like, very negligently while drunk. You have to do something that causes such extreme harm to life or property that somebody indicts. It's very rare. So, when you get up to criminal court in Superior Court, the clerks are very, very good. The dockets are complex. They go for years. There's hundreds of documents. You got to know exactly what you're doing. And they're so efficient that they know when the press is coming in to get documents. They just have them printed out, like, perfectly, like, in different piles. Like, this is this document, this is this document, this is this one, this is this one. They know when we're coming because they watch the docket. Like, sometimes, I think a few times I've gotten there and the clerks were like, Grant, we didn't even know this was on the docket yet. And I'm like, I know, I refresh the docket every 30 seconds and live in the hallway. And they're like, yes, Grant, we know. So anyway, like, on the whole, they just are very good. Like, more volume of documents, fewer cases, more serious cases, and way more decorum. Like, try to step out of line inside the doors of Norfolk Superior Court and you're going to have a problem for the rest of your life. It's a very solemn atmosphere when you're in there. Anyway, so my point is, there's this sort of thing with the different court systems and how sort of the, like, courts are perceived and the police and the prosecutors, and it's completely not aligned with the reality. You go down there and you talk to most of the court officers and the clerks and all they are just really good people. The problem is the bad cops are giving the entire system a negative reputation and it's collapsing public trust. We have a serious crisis of confidence in the judiciary, in the prosecutorial apparatus, and it's unnecessary. These bad cops had a lot of power and did some bad stuff, but most of the apparatus in Massachusetts is pretty decent. Most of the beat cops, like, I saw something today, I can tell you about it. I tried to upload it earlier. I was a little tired, so I don't know if it actually uploaded. Let's see if it went to my Twitter. The Watertown cops did a really good job today. I was proud of them. I was going to the Bank of America. It's actually a really good example of what I'm trying to talk about right now. Just frustrating me because X doesn't always, like, upload videos like this very easily. It's a little hard to get X to upload a big video on phone. But to be fair, it, like, tells you it's not the best idea. Anyway, my point is, I was in, I don't know, where was I? I was in Watertown today. I'll show you the video at some point, maybe tomorrow. And I was going to the CVS and the Bank of America and the dispensary. I was just trying to save money by walking to some of my errands. I took an Uber, like, to the bank. And then I was going to walk to the CVS, see if my back felt okay. And I, like, get to the bank. And there's just cops everywhere. There's, like, 7 of them. 7 cars. And I thought somebody robbed the bank. So I'm like, I shouldn't go in the bank. But I needed to go in the bank. And some other guy went in the bank. So I just kind of followed him in. And I didn't go inside. It's the one in Watertown Center. It's the one where you can enter from the front and the back. And then I was coming in from the parking lot. So I go in the ATM machine and I just, like, get a little bit of money to go to the dispensary. I went to get some CBD. I was just trying to, like, enjoy the day. I was not really thinking that, like, this was going to become a situation. So I look over to my right and there's a dude in handcuffs, like, sitting in the, like, lobby of the bank, like, in front of the teller window. And I'm like, did somebody try to rob the bank? But I don't really think much of it because everything looked too calm for a bank robbery. Dude was just kind of sitting there. He wasn't really causing any, like, problem, like, in terms of a bank robber. Like, he wasn't being rushed out by a SWAT team. He, like, didn't have a weapon, it looked like. He was just kind of sitting there. He was a big dude, though, like 6'7", 6'8", like, big dude, like 300 pounds easy. And I'm like, okay, and he had a, like, mask on, too, like one of those surgical masks. I'm like, this whole thing is odd. So I leave the bank, And I just figure there was a lot of cops there and EMTs. They looked like they had it under control. So I just kind of left the bank. And I go into the CVS. And I don't know. I'm just kind of being my regular self. I just wanted to get some like energy drinks and a water. I think I wanted to get some honey roasted peanuts. So I like go and I get my snacks. And I come out of the CVS and the dude and the cops are just next to this cruiser. There's like 8 cops and one very big dude who will not get in the police cruiser. I watched them. This man was clearly on the spectrum. He was like very insistent on not going in the car. And like I don't know what happened. I'll show you the video if it ever uploads. They were kind of negotiating with him. Like he was not well. He clearly was either on the spectrum or something along those lines. But these 7 cops gave him a lot of time. Like, they did not have to be that, like, patient. Oh, they waited for hours and hours. Like, at least from 9 a.m. to, like, 10:15 or something, maybe a little later. Finally, they get him out to the car. And they're negotiating with him. And I have the video of this. I can show you. Maybe I'll save it for tomorrow. But they kind of, like, try to push him in the car. And he's clearly, I don't know if he's, like, on the spectrum or just, like, confused or what, but I'm filming because I'm worried they're just gonna start beating on him. Not like, I didn't think these cops were gonna beat on this guy. I just was like, the cops have because of what some of these cops did, like they have a very bad reputation around here, and like I didn't expect them to beat on him, but he was very big, and I was worried they were gonna lose their cool, and I didn't know if they had body cams or not, and it was like a parking lot, so I was just like, I don't want to see them just beat on him. That was my biggest concern. I was really worried they were going to just beat on him. He was very defenseless. So I'm just filming. And, like, I don't know. They're not... I suppose... I guess I can get it for you. It's going to take a little bit of effort, but I can do it. They're not really being aggressive, but, like, they easily could have taken this to another level. It's why I want to show the video. It was actually a very good example of good policing. Like, he was under arrest, and... he just refused, and he was very, like, he could have been a danger to them, even handcuffed. And they didn't. Actually, a while to upload on Twitter, so I'm just gonna do you in, like, I can just transfer it and show it through LC. So these cops, like, they show the patience of a saint, and they're from Watertown, and they just, like, kind of let this man do his thing. I think that's the best way to explain it. They talked him down, and they didn't let him go. But when he refused to be compliant, instead of like seriously hurting him, all they did was very gently, like all 7 of them, like put him on his side, and then they kind of like put him into the car. And I thought it was just the most touching thing. It actually was kind of like a refreshing moment after so much sort of like police misconduct. So I'm gonna show you the video. It's a little hard to get like uploaded because Twitter does not like longer videos. It really doesn't. But I can get it for you this way. I can just get it for you from my camera itself. Then I can play it. I think it's worth playing. I think it just speaks to like a form of policing I want to see more of. They were very patient. And they could have, he was such a physical threat to them, even handcuffed, that they could have probably like made him comply with more force, but they just used like de-escalatory tactics, and then were able to, without hurting him, like get him in the car. It was very impressive. So I want to share it. It's going to take me a second to find it. What day is it? April 11th. I should sort it by date. What day is it? Yeah, it's 2026, right? So it should be from today. How long was it? It was a few minutes long. Where is it? I want the one from today. This is very frustrating. Why can't you just show me it by when it was taken? These are all 2025. Where's the one from today? I don't understand. Getting frustrated now. Guess I could just sort by size. Oh, I got it. It's this one. Alright, I'm gonna play it for you. It's got a copy over. It'll take a second. It's like 15 minutes. I'm not gonna play you the whole thing. I just want to show you these cops to kind of explain that although I kind of railed a little bit there, rightfully so, on some of the other cops, I don't think all of them are necessarily horrible. And so I'm going to show you this. It's going to take a second. I just thought it was very redeeming. Oh, we're having a frame drop. Sorry about that. It should be back in a second. I don't know why we're having a frame drop either. It says it's working. It's probably to do with the thing copying over. Alright, let's see what's going on. I don't know why we had a frame drop. I can't understand. We're back. Oh, it was the movie copying over. So in order to copy it over, it took a lot of system resources. Sorry. Alright, I'm going to show you the video now. I think it's important. I just want to leave you with this. The talks are ongoing, by the way. I wouldn't expect much, not expect much, I would expect them to talk through the night, frankly. I really would. I think I really expect them to do that. And I expect people to be quiet during it. I don't expect too many attacks. There's been no rockets launched by Hezbollah in 4 hours. So I'm going to show you this video. This was me earlier today. I was just kind of going to the CVS, and then this happened. It was definitely a weird one.
Here, so I actually don't have no legs.
So I'll jump forward just to show you how much time they spent with him. And he had been in the bank. He was very aggressive with them. Like, they were very patient. But yes, if you're wondering, there is a potential deal. It's not going to necessarily go through, but there is a potential deal. Everyone is just talking. I've made my perspective on the potential deal clear. Mr. President Trump did speak, but I just want to show you. So they gave him like 10 minutes. They gave him like 10 minutes. And somebody came up to me and asked me why I was filming. I told them I was with Towel News. They were like, where's that from? I was like, Massachusetts. They were like, what do you cover? I was like, with the war in the Karen Reed case. He was like, what do you think of it? I was like, I think she was framed. He was like, nice. So this guy, though, they eventually had to use force. But I wanted to show you, like, how gentle were they. Like he was not compliant at all. Like, even when he was being ridiculous, after an hour and a half, they were very gentle. The Watertown police deserve a lot of credit. They could have done a lot more. They were very gentle. We never see this stuff, but people should see, like, what good policing looks like. And I'm showing it as an example of what, like, we look at so much bad policing. People deserve to see what good policing looks like. It is, Doc Swan. But yeah, they were very, like, they could have been a lot. I know it sounds weird, but they could have been worse. They were very patient. They could have hurt him, and they didn't.
No, I know. I actually think they did a very good job. They could have really hurt him. And I just want to say they got him in there and got him into the car. Most of them were relieved when he was in the car. They did not hurt him. And I just wanted to say that I thought it was good policing. No worry, Adrian Blom. But yeah, you'll notice Nightbot doesn't like all caps. If you're tuning in to wonder what's going on, Mr. President did just give some remarks. But there is ongoing negotiations. Hezbollah has not fired in 4 hours, which is normally a sign that Israel has not fired, which means we might be close to a deal. Will it happen right now? I don't know. These could be the hours. Remarks to reporters. Let me see if I have the latest for you from President Trump. He just spoke. It was 4 minutes. No.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of reports. They've been meeting for many hours, as you probably have noticed. We'll see what happens. Look, regardless, we win. Regardless what happens, we win. We've totally defeated that country. And so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't. Doesn't matter. From the standpoint of America, we win. One other thing that's happening is that boats are sailing up and heading out to our country. Big, beautiful tankers, and we're loading them up with oil and gas and everything else, and it's a pretty beautiful thing to see.
What about the Iran's assets in other countries?
We're going to see what happens. We're in very deep negotiations with Iran. We win regardless. We've defeated them militarily. They've dropped a couple of water mines, you call them water mines, in the boat. We've defeated all of their water boats, too. Their Navy has gone 158 ships. They have 28 water droppers, mine droppers, they call them. All of them are sunk. They probably have a couple of mines in the water. We have mine sweepers out there. We're sweeping the strait. In addition to that, we're negotiating. Whether we make a deal or not makes no difference to me. The reason is because we've won. Whether you listen to the fake news or not, it's amazing. Their credibility is down to 13%. The media credibility down to 13%. Think of it. We defeated their Navy. We defeated their Air Force. We defeated their anti-aircraft. We defeated their radar. We defeated their leaders. Their leaders are all dead. And now all we do is we'll open up the strait, even though we don't use it, because we have a lot of other countries in the world that do use it that are either afraid or weak or cheap. I don't know what it is, but we were not helped by NATO, that I can tell you. How do you know that? Why do you say that? Why do you say that? You don't know anything. Who are you with?
NBC News, Julie Circuit.
ABC?
NBC.
Well, let's make news.
Mr. President.
Let me just tell you. We win, no matter what. We've defeated their military. They have no Navy. 158 ships are underwater, undersea. All of their mine sweepers and all of their, they call them mine droppers. Can you imagine? A country has 28 mine droppers. You think that's nice? With all of that being said, they're all defeated, by the way. They're all at the bottom of the sea. Now, with all of that, they have no Navy. They have no radar. They have no Air Force. Their leaders are all dead. Khomeini is gone. For many years he ruled. He's gone. With all of that, let's see what happens. But from my standpoint, I don't care. Thank you. Well, if China does that, China's going to have big problems, okay?
All right. I'm not sure peace talks are going very well. And also, Turkey is very mad. Turkey is very mad at Benjamin Netanyahu, but I don't know what Benjamin Netanyahu said that made Turkey so mad. I'm going to have to look at Benjamin Netanyahu's statement on social media because it's caused Turkey to be incredibly upset. I mean, I don't really know, like, I don't know what Benjamin Netanyahu did, but they've really upset Turkey. Turkey has called Benjamin Netanyahu a very bad name. Like one of the worst names you can imagine. I don't understand how this is possible. I'm honestly a little bit confused. I mean, what? I've heard some things in my day, but this is a new one. Benjamin Netanyahu must have said something very, very bad on social media. I'm not even sure how you could say something that bad to upset the Turkish ministry, like the Turkish foreign ministry this bad. Like, what could you have possibly said? Listen, I'm going to read the post by Turkey first, and then we're going to read then we'll see what he said. I can't imagine Benjamin Netanyahu said something so egregious that he has upset the Turks this bad. I imagine this must be some kind of pre-existing anger. But this is a ridiculous, I mean, not ridiculous, it's just a very striking statement by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Turkey. And by the way, I went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Twitter just to make sure they actually posted this. They did. So, he says, the Turkish Foreign Ministry says, I'm not calling him that. Netanyahu, who has been described as the blank of our time due to the crimes he has committed, is a well-known figure with a clear track record. An arrest warrant has been issued against Netanyahu by the International Criminal Court on charges of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Under Netanyahu's administration, Israel is facing proceedings before the International Court of Justice on charges of genocide. Netanyahu's current objective is to undermine ongoing peace negotiations and continue his expansionist policies in the region. Failing this, he risks being tried in his own country and is likely to be sentenced to imprisonment. The fact that Turkey's president has been targeted by Israeli officials with baseless, brazen, and false allegations is a result of the discomfort caused by the truths we have consistently voiced on every platform. Turkey will continue to stand by innocent civilians and will further its efforts to ensure that Netanyahu is held accountable for the crimes he has committed. What a striking statement. What a striking statement. I mean, I'm sure Turkey has criticized Israel and Netanyahu very harshly before, but that's a striking statement. They're like personally calling out Netanyahu, and frankly, he deserves it. I actually was saying something similar the other day. I don't know what Netanyahu said. He must have gone on television to say something because this has gone very poorly for him. He really upset Turkey. How do you upset Turkey to the point where they're saying stuff like that? Let me see. Address, Israel, TV, English captions. Let's see if I can get his address from today. Netanyahu. I don't even think his name is even Netanyahu. I think that's a city or something. Let me see if I can get the one from today. It was earlier. It was in... Yes, so I know Turkey has changed its name. I'm not able to pronounce the new version yet. Silent Dogs, you're going to have to help me. Turkey. Silent Dogs, you know that that country recently changed its name. So I can do my best, but it's hard. It is actually hard for me to pronounce that word. That's the only reason I didn't do it. But yeah, thank you for your help, Silent Dogs. I've been wondering how to pronounce that, the new name of Turkey. Turkey. It did. The state just changed its name recently. I'm trying to get Netanyahu's statement. Let me see if I can find it on Twitter. I didn't watch it earlier. I hurt my back yesterday. How do you spell Netanyahu? N-E-T-A Yahoo statement. Just want it in English. Let me see if I can get it. You must have said it earlier. Oh, here it is. I got it. Here. They just uploaded it. Let me get it for you. And it has captions. Thanks for the captions, Government Press Office of Israel. I don't know what he possibly said. I didn't watch it. I was not feeling well. I hurt my back yesterday. And then I had a good day today, but I have no idea. Alright, I have no idea what he said. Alright, it's normally like Netanyahu has a style. So let's watch it. I do not know what he said, but he's really upset the country of Turkey. Turkey.
אחיי ואחיותיי, המערכה טרם הסתיימה, אבל כבר עכשיו אפשר לקבוע בבירור. יש לנו הישגים היסטוריים. אני רוצה לזכור איפה היינו. איראן ניסתה ללפות אותנו בטבעת חנק. החמאס בעזה, חיזבאללה בלבנון, משטר אסד בסוריה, המיליציות בעיראק, החות'ים בתימן, איראן עצמה. זאת אומרת, הם רצו לחנוק אותנו, ואנחנו חונקים אותם. הם איימו עלינו בהשמדה, והם עכשיו נלחמים לשרוד. אנחנו הכינו בהם, יש לנו עוד מה לעשות, ואני תכף אפרט את זה. אבל אני רוצה להתחיל דווקא באיראן עצמה. דווקא בראש התמנון. כי אני אני הקדשתי חלק ניכר מחיי, כדי למנוע דבר אחד, שמשטר האימים הזה ישיג נשק גרעיני, שבאמצעותו הוא מבקש להכחיד את מדינת היהודים, ולהביא קץ להיסטוריה היהודית. אני דיברתי על זה בקונגרס, ובאום, ובפרלמנטים שונים. אני אישרתי כל מיני פעולות, רובן סמויות, כדי לעכב אותם, ואכן עיכבנו אותם. אבל העולם לא שמע. רבים אמרו, זה לא נורא כל כך. זה אפילו לא נורא כל כך שלאיראן יהיה נשק גרעיני. את הקולות האלה שמעתי לא רק בחוץ, שמעתי אפילו בתוכנו. ואני, כראש ממשלת ישראל, ראש מדינת היהודים, האחת והיחידה, את זה לא יכולתי לקבל. והשינוי הגדול התחולל באותו ערב של עם אביב. כשאני בישרתי לכם שטייסינו הנועזים טסים בשמי איראן. טסים בשמי איראן ופוגעים במטרות בכל רחבי איראן. אנחנו היינו הראשונים ששברו את מחסום הפחד. הפחד לפעול באיראן עצמה. ואני זוכר את התחושה שלי. איזו התרגשות. איזו גאווה. צמרמורת. ואני יודע שגם אתם חוויתם כולכם את זה. אנחנו היינו ראשונים לפעול משום שידענו מה מוטל על הכף. אבל אם הייתי אומר לכם לפני שנה שהטייסים והטייסות שלנו יטוסו באיראן, מי היה מאמין? ואם הייתי אומר לכם לפני שנה שארצות הברית של אמריקה, המעצמה החזקה בעולם, תילחם לצידנו כתף אל כתף, כנף אל כנף, במשך קרוב ל-40 יום נגד האויב המשותף, מי היה מאמין? אבל כל זה קרה כי אנחנו יזמנו, אנחנו פעלנו, אנחנו תקפנו. ולמה יצאנו למערכה? כי איראן הייתה קרובה מאוד להשיג נשק גרעיני ולהשיג יכולת לייצר טילים, אלפים של טילים. לא קומץ טילים ביום שהיו נופלים עלינו, מאות רבות מדי יום. שני איומים קיומיים שהיינו מוכרחים להרחיק מעל ראשנו. אם לא היינו יוצאים לעם כלבי ואחר כך לשאגת הארי, לאיראן כבר היו פצצות אטום. את זה מנענו. ואני אגיד לכם איך מנענו אותו. כי לפני עם כלבי הגיע אליי הפעם מודיעין מדויק בזמן. והוא אמר לנו שאיראן מתחילה לפעול כדי להפוך את האורניום המועשר לנשק גרעיני. וברגע שקיבלנו את המודיעין הזה, יצאנו לפעולה. אנחנו חיסלנו 12 ממדעני הגרעין הבכירים שלהם, אנחנו תקפנו את מתקני הגרעין שלהם, יחד עם ידידינו האמריקנים. אתם זוכרים את התקפה על פרודו עם ה-B2, איזו עבודה מצוינת הם עשו. ואנחנו תקפנו גם מצבורי טילים וגם מאות משגרים. וכל זה הרחיק מעלינו איום קיומי כפול מיידי. אבל אחרי עם כלבי, כמה חודשים לאחר מכן, הגיע אליי שוב מודיעין מדויק ושוב בזמן. והמודיעין הזה הראה שחמינאי הורה לחדש ואפילו להרחיב גם את תעשיית הגרעין וגם את תעשיית הטילים. אני משתמש במילה תעשייה, כי הוא מתכוון לדבר הרבה יותר נרחב מתחת לקרקע. הוא רצה להטמין גם את ייצור הטילים וגם את ייצור הגרעין עמוק עמוק מתחת להר גבוה, באופן כזה שאפילו מטוסי ה-B2 לא יכולים להגיע לזה. ושוב, לא יכולנו לשבת בצד, יצאנו לפעולה. אנחנו בשאגת הארי חיסלנו עוד 8 מדעני גרעין שעסקו הפעם בהנשקה, זה ייצור הנשק, לא רק האורניום המאושר, אלא הנשק, בלי זה אי אפשר לייצר פצצות אטום. אנחנו השמדנו את מפעל המים בערק, אנחנו השמדנו את כל מערך הצנטריפוגות שלהם, וגם מפעל לייצור אורניום. כלומר, בעצם הגענו למצב שלאיראן אין מפעל העשרה אחד פעיל, ושרוב היכולת שלהם לייצר טילים נעלמה. יש להם טילים, יש להם מחסנית של טילים, והיא הולכת ומתרוקנת. זאת אומרת, אנחנו הצלחנו פה לקטוש את תוכנית הגרעין, לקטוש את תוכנית הטילים, והיה לנו גם יעד נוסף, לקטוש את המשטר באיראן, להחליש אותו לרמה הנמוכה ביותר, החלשה ביותר שלו, מאז הקמת המשטר לפני 47 שנים. ואני רוצה להגיד לכם מה עשינו. אנחנו חיסלנו את המנהיג העליון חמינאי, את מחליפו בפועל, הריג'ני, את שר ההגנה, שר המודיעין, הרמטכ"ל של צבא איראן, את מפקד יחידת המבצעים של כוח קודס, את מפקדי משמרות המהפכה, את מפקדי הבסיז', את בכירי הצמרת הביטחונית, את צמרת המודיעין, את בכירי חיל האוויר, את האחראי על הכטב"מים, את האחראי על העברת הכספים לארגוני הטרור, את מפקד חיל הים האיראני, את הצי האיראני בים הכספי, עשרות מפקדות של משמרות המהפכה וביטחון הפנים, עשרות מסוקים ומטוסי תובלה, את מכונת הכסף של משמרות המהפכה. זה תעשיית הפלדה באיראן, ו3/4 מהמפעלים הפטרוכימיים של איראן, מזה משמרות המהפכה חיים. פגענו במפעל הגדול באיראן לייצור גז, במאגר דלקים, בקשרים ומסילות ברזל ששימשו להעברת כוחות ונשק, בעשרות מפעלים לתעשיית הנשק. ויש עוד הרבה פרטים. אני חוסך מכם, אבל לא חסכנו מהם. אנחנו עשינו כאן שינוי ענק. יש אנשים שאומרים, אין לנו הישגים ענקיים. וזה מתבטא במשטר המוחלש הזה, שהוא מבקש, מתחנן להפסקת אש. זה מתבטא בסכסוכים פנימיים, בצמרת, אנחנו יודעים על זה. אנחנו רואים את הקושי ההולך וגובר שלהם לענות על צורכי האזרחים. זה מתבטא בהיחלשות עמוקה של משטר האימים. איראן היא כבר לא אותה איראן, וגם ישראל היא לא אותה ישראל. הם שאיימו להשמיד אותנו, נלחמים עכשיו על ההישרדות של עצמם. ובאשר לזרועות התמנון, גם כאן עשינו דברים ענקיים. קודם כל קבענו כלל. ישראל לא תסבול מצב שארגוני טרור יושבים על גבולה. ולכן יצרנו רצועות ביטחון עמוק בשטח האויב. בעזה אנחנו שולטים למעלה ממחצית, מ-50% של שטח הרצועה, אנחנו לופתים את החמאס מכל עבר, ואנחנו נטפל בו. בסוריה אנחנו נמצאים בשיא החרמון, ואנחנו מגיעים עד הירמוך, ושם אנחנו גם דואגים, כפי שדאגתי, לבעלי בריתנו הדרוזים, לאחינו. בלבנון בא שינוי כותבי. אתם זוכרים את נסראללה. הוא התרברב, היהודים זה, איך הוא קרא לנו? קורא עכביש. אז הוא חוסל. ומה שחיסלנו יחד איתו, זה את מאגר הטילים העצום שלו, מאגר של 150,000 טילים ורקטות, שהשמדנו אותם ב6 שעות. הרוב הגדול. נשארו להם עוד רקטות, אנחנו מטפלים בזה. אבל הם תכננו עוד דבר. הם תכננו שאלפי מחבלים של כוח רדואן יגיעו סמוי לקו הגבול, יפלשו ויכבשו את הגליל. את זה חיסלנו. אנחנו כבשנו, קודם כל הרגנו רבים מהם, קטשנו את כל התת קרקע שהם הכינו, את המנהרות, את כפרי הטרור מעל הקרקע, ויצרנו רצועת ביטחון בין 8 ל10 קילומטר, כדי להרחיק את איום הנ"ט מיישובנו. אנחנו עדיין נלחמים בהם, עוד לא נגמר. אתם ראיתם, רק לפני כמה ימים. אנחנו עשינו את המבצע העוצמתי ביותר מאז הביפרים. אנחנו חיסלנו מאות מחבלים בבת אחת, ב10 דקות. וידנו עוד נטויה, זה נמשך כל הזמן. אנחנו נלחמים בחיזבאללה, כי מנוי וגמור איתנו, מנוי וגמור איתי. להחזיר את הביטחון לתושבי הצפון, מגיע להם כמו לכל אזרחי ישראל. אני רוצה להגיד לכם מה קרה כאן. כתוצאה מהעוצמה הזאת שהפגנו, לבנון פנתה אלינו, בחודש האחרון, פנתה כמה פעמים, להתחיל בשיחות שלום ישירות. זה עוד לא קרה לנו בהיסטוריה. בעצם זה קרה פעם אחת לפני עשרות שנים. אבל עכשיו הם פנו אלינו, ואני אישרתי את זה. כפוף לשני דברים. אנחנו רוצים להגיע לפירוק חיזבאללה מנשקו, ואנחנו רוצים הסכם שלום אמיתי, הסכם שלום שיחזיק מעמד לדורות. ואני רוצה להגיד לכם דבר נוסף. לא רק לבנון פונה אלינו. מדינות רבות אחרות, גם במזרח התיכון וגם מחוצה לו, לשיתופי פעולה, לבריתות, כי הם רואים את העוצמה שלנו. העוצמה מקרבת. כמו שהחולשה מרחיקה, העוצמה מקרבת. וישראל היום חזקה מאי פעם. ישראל הקטנה הזאת, קטנה אולי בשטח, אבל ענקית ברוח ובנחישות. והפכנו למעצמה האזורית החזקה ביותר, כולם מבינים את זה, ובמובנים מסוימים גם למעצמה עולמית. אז אומרים לנו, אין הישגים? יש כאן הישגים אדירים. זה שינוי היסטורי. אנחנו קטשנו את הגרעין, קטשנו את הטילים, קטשנו את המשטר, יש לנו ברית שלא הייתה כדוגמתה. עם ידידנו הגדול, נשיא ארצות הברית, עם צבא ההגנה לישראל, בין צבא ההגנה לישראל, וכמובן צבא ארצות הברית, יחסים שמעולם לא היו. עכשיו, ההישגים הללו עוד לא הסתיימו. יש עדיין חומר מואשר באיראן, ואיך אמר הנשיא טראמפ? צריך להוציא אותו, או שהוא יצא בהסכמה, או שהוא יצא בדרכים אחרות. אבל אנחנו עובדים בשיתוף פעולה ביני לבין הנשיא טראמפ, בין ישראל לארצות הברית שלא היה כדוגמתו. אלה הישגים שמשנים את כל מאזן הכוחות, וישראל היא ישראל אחרת, חזקה מאי פעם. ואיך השגנו את כל זה? או לפני זה אני חייב להגיד. ההישגים הללו, יש מי שמבטל אותם, מגמד אותם, כמובן קודם כל איראן, והתעמולה של איראן מהודהדת בערוצי התקשורת שלנו. והתעמולה של יריבינו הפוליטית מהודדת בתקשורת של איראן. אבל זה לא משנה את האמת. יש פה שינוי כביר, אדיר. והוא בא בזכות הטייסים הנועזים שלנו, והטייסות הנועזות שלנו, וצוותי הקרקע שלנו שעובדים סביב השעון, והמפקדים והחיילים הגיבורים שלנו, והנופלים שנפלו עבורנו, והפצועים בגוף ובנפש שאנחנו מייחלים להחלמתם. וזה בא בזכותכם, אזרחי ישראל, אתם עמדתם איתן כל הזמן. אני מצדיע לכם. וזה בא בזכות ההחלטות האמיצות והנחושות והמושכלות של הממשלה בראשותי. ואני רוצה להגיד לכם, עוד היד נטויה. הן עם כלביא יקום, וכארי יתנשא. ובעזרת השם נמשיך לפעול יחד ונמשיך לנצח.
What? What a strange statement. He put that out an hour ago. It's the oddest thing I've seen during the war. He's very desperate. There is a flurry of reports coming out right now about what is actually happening on the ground in Islamabad. The first report, here's what the IRGC said an hour ago.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. Urgent. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Any attempt by military ships to cross the Strait of Hormuz will be met with a decisive response. The IRGC Navy possesses full control and intelligent management over the Strait of Hormuz. Passage is permitted only for non-military ships and in accordance with special regulations. Reports circulating about U.S. ships crossing the strait are denied, and any attempt by military ships to cross will be met with utmost firmness.
Well, there's the position of the Iranians. It's a very delicate time right now. It's unclear what these negotiations are going to do. 18 minutes ago, I heard that another round, the report was that another round had concluded, and that there's further text. But then, right after that, one of the state media outlets in Iran said that Islamabad, according to the correspondent with IRNA, so take this with a grain of salt until it's confirmed, apparently IRNA reported that the trilateral talks have ended. That may mean the third round has ended. Okay? Does not necessarily mean that the talks have ended. That's very ambiguous in how it's reported, because they have rounds of talks, but remember, they have like pre-negotiations. They have to actually establish a basis for negotiations. Let me see what the IOGC is saying. They're saying, like, let the calm not deceive you. Let me see what Ali Hashim has to say. I love reading Ali's thoughts on this. Here's Ali Hashim. He's in Tehran. He might have some really good insights. He just posted 4 minutes ago, so we're going to read it together. Ali is the smartest reporter about Iran that I've ever met.
Conversation. Regarding negotiations in Pakistan and their pathways. The general framework for negotiation has largely crystallized, but the devil is always in the details. The framework agreement is a means to regulate the conflict and extend the ceasefire period until genuine settlements are reached. The meeting between Kalibaf and J.D. Vance was cordial and reflected the existence of a foundation built through prior communication. The issue of Lebanon and the ceasefire remains the outstanding matter, alongside the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians seek to affirm sovereignty over the strait as a guarantee for the implementation of any future agreement. The Iranians wish to include China and Russia in the agreement implementation mechanism, including any consensuses regarding other issues related to allies. Regarding the nuclear issue, the Iranians do not oppose returning to the Omani formula proposed at the last Geneva meeting, which includes clear mechanisms and an affirmation of intent not to develop nuclear weapons. The Iranians reject imposing a ceiling on their missile program. Ending the state of war and signing a peace treaty with America, ratified by Congress and the Iranian Shura Council, documented in the UN Security Council, an immediate lifting of all sanctions.
I mean, yeah, I'm fine with that. Here's the latest from the Turkish president responding to the Israeli government.
Conversation. The Republic of Turkey considers any attempt by a foreign official to influence its domestic politics, national will, and state institutions as an unacceptable overreach. We categorically reject the Israeli government's statements regarding Turkey's domestic political life, as that government has become one of the primary sources of instability in the region through its lawless practices and aggressive policies. It is a striking contradiction that the political representatives of the mass-murdering Israeli government, while seeking to cover up attacks targeting children, women, and civilians in Gaza, Lebanon, Iran, and various points across the region, would presume to lecture Turkey on democracy, the rule of law, and politics. Our expectation of the current Israeli administration is that, when the time comes, they will be held accountable before international law and receive the consequences of their actions on a legal basis. We are fully aware of every provocation aimed at pitting Turkey against its neighbors and escalating regional tensions, particularly with Iran at the forefront, to drag the region into war scenarios. The Republic of Turkey is a state that encompasses many cultures, faiths, and identities, respecting and protecting each one. In the face of your projects to divide, incite, and destroy, you will find the 86 million strong Turkish nation standing before you. It must not be forgotten that the Republic of Turkey is a state that does not receive notes but issues them.
Epic. Don't agree with Erdogan on everything, but that was epic. He just knows how to write a statement. Let me show you what it's like in Islamabad right now. Very nice. Pakistan's doing a good job. This is what it's like if you were in Islamabad. A lot of reporters. That's the state. If you were in Islamabad, that's what it would be like. Not that there's really a lot to see. They just meet behind closed doors. By the way, if you're wondering how the Israeli people feel about the war, here's Tel Aviv about 5 hours ago. I missed this earlier. I meant to show it to you. This was Tel Aviv earlier tonight. This is what the scene is like on the ground while Netanyahu's trying to speak. This is what, maybe like 3 hours before the speech, this is what Tel Aviv is like. I think he lost. I think Netanyahu lost the Israeli public. Those numbers swelled. I looked at the anti-war demonstrations like a week ago. They were not like that. The state of emergency is also lifted, but it has swelled in support. He's in a lot of trouble. I don't think he can get out of this one. I think he's at the end of the road here. He knows it. That's why that speech was so sad. It was like watching a man with no control over the narrative just spew nonsense. When you're in command of a narrative, like everybody listens to you and like what you say goes. What war and politics is a lot like law. If you're not on offense, you're on defense. And Benjamin Netanyahu has never been on defense like that. That was a bad speech. Like, that was someone who said, we have a crisis. I feel he was so desperate he worked himself into a shoot in wrestling parlance. He has everybody mad at him. And there's no way out. I don't know what he's going to do. I think the Iranians and the U.S. want Netanyahu out of office. I think they see him as the only blockade to peace. Well, some of these issues, we really got to get over the Strait of Hormuz issue. Iran cannot be given. It's not like Iran cannot be given. Iran knows that the way that international maritime rules function is that you don't toll for a strait that's not man-made if it's more than 2 nautical miles off your coast. So just let's figure this out with something that's not tolling the strait, because that's bigger than this issue. It's a precedential issue for international maritime trade. I've listened to the experts. I listened to them talk. And that's their view. So I think and I know a thing or two about international law. I'm Mateo. I'm not a lawyer. I'm Mateo. Actually, there's no such thing as an international law bar, by the way. You don't need a law license to practice international law. That's absurd. Who's going to give you a law license to practice international law in front of the criminal court? You just need to have a JD. You need to actually be admitted to practice, I think, in the International Criminal Court, but you don't need to pass a bar. That's absurd. No, they're going to bar you about that. Take this bar exam on 20 years of law. It's maybe enough to teach a final on, and that's it. Well, let me rephrase. It actually goes back to the $8 million that America was supposed to pay Russia for Alaska. That's one of the first examples of international law. There's others, like there's some stuff about like Montreal trying to become a country. There's a lot of like international law about like what it means to be a state. You have to have like a common culture, and you have to have like defined borders, and then you have to like express your like will to be a state. Then you have to be recognized by a certain number of states. It's not really a specific number. It's just like more than a few, less than every one of them. It's somewhere in the middle. It's kind of a influx thing. Becoming a state's weird. It's like, can you get other people to believe, other countries to recognize you? And then once you get enough, it's like a magic number that doesn't exist, then you're a state. For the purposes of international law, it's different to get like UN recognition. That's not the same as being a state. Being a state's a matter of like recognition. It's complicated. That's basically the doctrine, though. But anyway, the doctrine of international maritime law is different than international law. International maritime law, it predates the Westphalian Peace of 1648. So Iran, like it's not, like they just want money. Like I hope the U.S. delegation understands that Iran is very proud, and they're not going to just tell you that they need a lot of money. So just give, if you know what, I think that condition about the Strait of Hormuz would just quietly go off the table if you gave them a lot of money. They just want money. Give them money. Give them so much money they don't know what to do with it. Don't ask the Saudis. MBS hates Iran because of Yemen and other issues. But the point is, ask some like rich Gulf state like Qatar. Just be like, bro, what can you give them? Like, come on, Qatar, you're cool. And the Emirati, the Emir of Qatar is gonna be like, bro, just be like, bro, come on, like, come on. And the Emir is gonna be like, I don't know, just be like, come on. Just say come on to the Emir, like, come on. He might do it. Just give him a lot of money. Now you can give Zelensky a lot of money, so why can't we give them a lot of money? It's just money. Who cares? You all have just like budget accounts. Like you have more money on a balance sheet than anybody needs. Like I just buy like chips every day and some like supplies. So why do you need more than that, bro? Like if you don't need more than like a few houses, a couple planes, you know, like some food, air conditioning, internet, computer. Like once you're beyond that, like what are you doing? Like I get you're preserving your national treasury and all that, but just give them some money. Who cares? It's just money. Money's so irrelevant. Like what are we even doing? If the issue is just they want money and they're too proud to ask for a lot of money, just give them a lot of money. Everybody likes when you give them money. I mean, especially if it's like for a good cause. Why wouldn't we just give them lots of money? All in favor of giving Iran lots of money. We'll play the Iran song. I think Iran should just accept a lot of money. They're just very proud. They're not going to beg you for money, bro. They're just going to be intransient on the Strait of Hormuz until you say the magic words, which is we're going to give you lots of money. All in favor of giving Iran lots of money? I'll play the Lego song. And then, you know, it's the one about, which one is it? It's the Baal worshippers. I like the Baal worshipper one. Because, like, frankly, our government was definitely in with the Baal worshippers. Damn demons. I like that ads play on these Lego videos from Iran State TV. I just listen to them for the beat. But I do like to analyze the geopolitical context. Here we go. I hope JRP is still here.
America first? Oops. Oh
Some
boy,
people aren't
that
going to
was
like
the
this, but I
slogan
don't
you
care.
sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, now you put losers first. Make Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you. Hey, Orange Pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us, yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath, we've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone, your system ever wrong. They've known all along, the enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all.
I mean, they did, though. And frankly, we're gonna play more Lego songs. You know what? I think Iran's gonna do it. This is my message as an analyst, like in general, to Iran. You're gonna do it. They will give you money. You gotta come off the Strait of Hormuz thing. Like, Bibi's cornered. He's done. You're gonna actually somehow manage to protect Lebanon, bro. They'll probably give you bases in Lebanon. Seriously. Hezbollah can be like the IRA. Just, here's how you do it, okay? Lebanon's a very complicated country, as you know, with the Catholic Maronites and the Shia and the Sunni and the Christians. It's just a very complicated country, right? So what you do is you make Hezbollah like the IRA. You gotta just revert back to like their political body and their military body being part of the state. If the people of Lebanon want Hezbollah to run Lebanon, that's how it works, okay? Sinn Féin like runs the Northern Ireland Valley or something, I don't know. They're like very popular. So just like let Hezbollah run Lebanon. They're fine. They're very smart. What's the problem? They won't be that militant. I mean, they're a little militant. They just got to be pluralist. We can talk to them. We got to be like Hezbollah. You could be the government of Lebanon, but you can't be like a dictatorship. You got to be like reasonably pluralist if the people vote for you in a democracy. And we're going to watch them. And I'll watch them. Be like, Hezbollah, you're very smart. I want to meet the guy from the media office too. I want to chill with him. We can have some tea. All right, my plan is I'm going to go with the guy with the Hezbollah. I'm going to take the guy from the Hezbollah media office to the guy from Lebanon Jets. We're going to sit there over Beirut. We're going to drink tea and we're going to smoke like cigars. It's going to be great. I'm going to remove Hezbollah from the proscribed terrorist list. That's what I'll do for them if you elect me. I will remove Hezbollah from the proscribed terrorist list, but they got to stop with the drug trafficking. It's making it difficult to deal with the drug traffickers in Latin America. I don't mind like a little like drug trafficking of light drugs. Like seriously, if it's not gonna kill someone, what's the problem? Let's make it regulated. You can like move weed, Hezbollah. You can have some weed stores or something, but please stop drug trafficking with the like narcos. It's very bad. They sell drugs that kill people. Let's move you into the regulated drug market. I think we can go really far there. I'd consider regulating Captagon, but I gotta see like what it does. If you want to sell Captagon into the US, you gotta have the FDA approve it. But I'd be down with something like that. My point is, I will remove Hezbollah from the prescribed terrorist list if you elect me as president of the United States. And then we'll talk a little bit about like how we can make Lebanon successful. But Hezbollah's got to be reasonable. I got to actually talk to them. They can't be having a dictatorship. Lebanon is not Iran. Lebanon's like a very complex, pluralistic country. So they got to actually rule like a democracy. Then I'd be down with it. Okay? So, yeah, like, we'll watch the Pete Hegseth video. I just got to get through my peace plan. So I think we're very close. I really think Iran has figured it out. They kind of got the pulse of the world. They have to just get through this. If they can, making peace is such a win for them that coming off the Strait of Hormuz thing is not a big deal. It really isn't. I know to them it's about money, so just give them money. Like, don't make them beg for money. It's so stupid. Why would anyone do that? We're so close. We are that close to peace as long as we can pay them. Qatar will give them money. What does Qatar care? Qatar has so much money. Qatar, I don't want to hear it. They have so much money. Qatar, I have like a bank account with negative money. I don't want to hear about how you can't afford a couple $1 trillion or $1 billion, whatever. Come on, like that's not a big deal. We'll figure it out. It's really not like a big deal. I don't think it's a big deal. Some country will give them lots of money. Like the Qataris have an unreasonably large amount of money. Doesn't have to be the Qataris, so we could ask the Emiratis to pitch in. Well, they're a little bit angry. I don't think we should ask the Sultan of Oman either. He's kind of mad. Like, that was a bit ridiculous that his oil fields got bombed. I'd apologize to him. I don't know who did that, but it was wrong. Iran denies it. America denies it. I kind of think it was the Houthis, but I can't prove it. Anyway, I would apologize to the Sultan of Oman, but he doesn't have to give any money because they lost money for no reason. But yeah, we could probably get some. Like, what about? No, Saudi doesn't like Iran. So really, it comes down to like Qatar. They have a lot of money. Qatar's gonna be like, why do we have to do it? Well, you funded Hamas for Netanyahu, so I'm sorry, Qatar. I think you have to do it. Just a little bit of money, a couple billion, maybe like 75 billion. 100 billion. I don't know how international finance works. I don't like money. 500 billion. Do we just make numbers up? Like, can't we just make it up? Iran's like, they gave us 77 Googleplexes worth of dollars. Okay, Iran. Very good. Qatar, write them the check. Then somebody on a bank balance is like, okay, move like 77 with like a billion zeros over to Iran's account. You know what I'm saying? I think that'll work. Just give them a really big number they can say they got in war reparations. Don't call it reparations. We got to call it an economic development fund. War reparations is a little bit too loaded of a term. But yeah, I don't know. Just make up a number. How do they do this? They can't possibly account for all the damages. Tell them to just make up a number. Like, just write a number on a piece of paper. Slide it to the Pakistanis. They slide it to the Qataris. The Qataris put some money in a briefcase. Probably not how this works, but you get my point. And then that goes over to the Iranians, and everybody leaves the negotiations happy. All right. Well, no, Spacey, I don't want to legalize drugs. I think you're misunderstanding. I want to reduce the harm caused by drugs by disincentivizing people to use hard drugs. We have to figure out a way to like make it not attractive to people, which means making them happier. Drugs are a side effect of a society that is lonely and heartbroken and sad and calling out for someone to give them hope. So until we can give them the hope, like, we can't rail on them for doing drugs. We got to give them an alternative. The problem is not drugs. Drugs are a symptom of the failure of America to inspire a better tomorrow for the next generation. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm going to run for president. It's not the drugs. It's people using drugs because they feel empty and hopeless and sad. And we will inspire them and give them happiness, and we will make this country something to be proud of. And then they'll be happy and look forward to a better tomorrow, and they won't use drugs. That's how I'm going to solve the drug problem. I'm going to make people happy. And we can have Jesus involved in this too. Jesus is really good. But people can be whatever religion they want. I just like Jesus. We're going to use Jesus and dopamine and serotonin and oxytocin to cure the drug problem. I am going to individually make everybody on drugs happy so they won't use drugs. Good plan? Let's do it. I have a plan. I'm going to sell Epstein's paint. If you elect me president, I am going to use civil forfeiture to expropriate all of Jeffrey Epstein's paintings. It's like $5 billion worth of paintings. I'm going to put it in a fund for the Epstein victims. Then I'll go on to some other rich guy who hurt kids. I'll take all his paintings, I'll appropriate them for the United States, and then I'll give them to I'll give the money to poor people so they'll be happy and won't use drugs. That's my anti-drug plan. Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. Be happy, like Jesus or whatever religion you like, or the trees, or whatever makes you spiritually fulfilled. Ideally, have sex and have children with people you love. Like just one person. I like monogamy. Like have children, have a family. Please, like, reproduce if you're in the United States. Reproduce if you're anywhere, but only for love. And please don't abandon your children. And then I'll give you lots of money. That's my political platform. If you have a family, I will give you outrageous amounts of money, but you gotta love them. And you gotta, like, have a family unit. You can't just abandon the family or I'm taking the money away. That's my political platform. I'll talk to the Secretary of Commerce if Clerk Margaret accepts about how we're going to do this. I don't think she's ready for this plan. I'm just going to tell her, listen, Clerk Margaret, I want to give all the poor people money so they won't use drugs anymore. Please come up with a plan. This is a great plan. There is nothing that can go wrong with this plan. This is a great plan. I'm really, really excited to implement this one. I agree. Nix, would you like a position in the cabinet to encourage people to go outside more often? We'll call it the cabinet secretary for going outside and touching grass. And your job is to just go around and tell people about why outside is nice. Oh, this is a great idea. If you elect me, I'll also create a cabinet position for Native American affairs. It won't be an undersecretary. I want a cabinet position. I'm going to change the cabinet around. The cabinet kind of sucks. And then I'm going to make Clerk Margaret the Secretary of Commerce. Listen, this is an integral... Listen. I am not coming off this point of negotiation. Clerk Margaret has to be the Secretary of Commerce. For multiple reasons. One, it's going to be hilarious when I bring her to the White House and I'm like, Clerk Margaret, you have your country. The President of the United States is asking you to be the Secretary of Commerce. The country calls Clerk Margaret. Okay, second. That's going to be great because she's very administratively efficient. I don't know her personally. I just think she would be a good Secretary of Commerce. I'm going to ensure that she does this. It's a good plan. But my point is I got to change the cabinet around. I don't like it. It kind of sucks. It's just boring. I got to make it more fun. We're going to have a very fun cabinet. We're going to call it like the Towels Kitchen Cabinet. It's going to be like a brain trust and a kitchen cabinet. And I'm just going to make up cabinet positions. Why the hell not? President Trump built a ballroom, so I can just make up cabinet positions. I'm going to change the cabinet. I have ideas. Hello, Elsid. I hope you're doing well. Alright, so I got lots of plans. Alright, who else can I put in my cabinet? I gotta think about this. So we're gonna have a Secretary for Native American Affairs. We're gonna have a Secretary of Commerce. We're gonna have a Secretary of having people go outside and touch grass. That's gonna be great. The media is gonna lose its mind. We're gonna have the best time. Mimi! Oh, God bless you, Mimi. Yes, Grant Smith Ellis for president. Let me see. Mimi's gonna be the Secretary for goats. I think we need a specific secretary position just for goats. And Ellie, the baby goat, gets to come to the cabinet meetings. This is non-negotiable. I really think we gotta switch the cabinet up. I'm gonna have a goat-based cabinet. Yep. I want to be part of the secret police. You got it, water under the fridge. You could be part of the double secret police. Your job will be to police the police. Is that the Indian in the cupboard? Oh, goodness. No, that's a movie from 1996. I think you're a little confused. I nominate myself Secretary of Tiffany News. You got it, Tripoli Bob. You got it. You absolutely may. We will create a secretariat, and your job will be to be in charge of tipping canoes over. If you want to do that, that's great. I can sell that to the Congress. They're going to ask about the utility of it. I'm just going to say it's to promote recreation and fitness. I have goats on my farm, says Katya. Oh, okay, Katya. You and Mimi have to talk. Mimi, you and Katya have to meet. Okay, Katya, listen. Mimi in chat, she has a baby goat named Ellie. Ellie watches the stream. Mimi hugs Ellie, and Ellie watches with Mimi. Okay, Mimi, this is Katya. Katya has an entire farm of goats. I think Ellie and the goats should be friends. Katya has goats. Ellie is a goat. All right, you got what I'm going for here. Listen, I think we just created a goat bonding moment. I think Mimi and Katya are going to be friends forever now because they both have goats. You don't understand. Ellie is, so I'm not joking. Ellie is a baby goat. Okay, Ellie and Mimi hang out. And Mimi hugs Ellie, the baby. She's a baby goat. And they watch the stream. Listen, I don't know what else to tell you. That's the greatest thing ever. Mimi has to be in the cabinet, and Ellie has to come to the meetings. Okay, the press is going to be like, why is there a goat here? I'm going to be like, Caitlin Collins, this is not the time for questions about a baby goat. I'm going to troll her. Listen to the Chair Kickers Union. I'll allow goat racing on public lands if you make me Secretary of Interior. You got it, Spacey. You could be the Secretary of Interior. Listen, folks. We have a plan. This is really coming together. I have the greatest political platform of all time. It's very goat orientated, but it's very serious in the sense that goats are important. But also, I just want to troll Caitlin Collins. She's a little bit too, she's cool and smart, but she's got to be humbled a little bit. She's not all that. I'm sorry, Miss Collins. And then you know what? I was thinking about something today. I have questions for Katie Couric. The whole clones thing, bro. She was in the Epstein files. They were talking about clones and her knowing about clones. Bro, Katie Couric, listen. We got to have a talk. You can interview me, but really, you know what the fun thing is? When most of these press people want to interview me, it's going to be me interviewing them. I'm going to be like, listen, Katie Couric, on, page, 98 of this transcript in the Epstein files, can you just tell me, about the clones, bro? Just take me down, the train of thought you found yourself in when you were like, all right, here's this kid, so it was Katie Couric, Jeffrey Epstein, some other douche canoe. I don't know. I don't like any of those people. I don't remember most of, the actual douche canoes' names. Sorry. They hurt kids. I'm not giving them names. It was some other idiot. And, they're hanging around, Prince Andrew or some idiot. I don't know. Some just loser. They're just worthless people. Anyway, they're hanging around sniffing each other's farts or something. I don't know what those idiots do. I don't like these people. They hurt kids, so I'm allowed to call them idiots. But anyway, so Katie Couric's hanging around with Prince Andrew or something, and this scientist dude, and Epstein, and some other dude. I don't know. They were all pretty worthless. Their history won't remember their names, and I'll make sure of it. Anyway, so they're Katie Couric, bro, what do you think about the clones? It was actually one guy relaying the story, and he's and we told Katie Couric about the clones and the ones with no arms. She looked mortified. Okay, bro, well, if they told you about the clones, what else did they tell you about? Katie Couric, I have questions. Where were you? Who was there? When did you find out about the clones? What did they do to the kids? Did you know that Epstein wanted to expand the size of women's vaginal floors so that babies' heads could be bigger and they could be smarter? Also, what do you think about Epstein inducing trauma in children to induce special gifts? What do you think? Katie Couric, I have questions. That's why I have to be president as well. Gotta get some of these people out of the media. Operation Mockingbird sucks, and they all are terrible. If you want me to be direct with you about some of them, now that I'm gonna become the president, you watch. I will it to happen. I want it to happen. It shall happen. It will help the world. It's not a selfish thing. I just think that I'm a vessel capable of doing it. I'm very informed. I have a good memory. I like to read the European papers, and I like to check on the Japanese stock market and the the Singapore index. I just keep a good eye on the world going by my window. So you should vote for me for president. I don't know how it works. We gotta get me on the ballot, but I think I want to be president. So anyway. like, I have a lot of problems with how the country is run. And I think, like, the more I think about it, we really do have to make, like, some systemic changes. So, yeah, but I specifically want to ask Katie Couric questions. A lot of these media people, we gotta get them out of there. They ruin my profession. They just, like, Ida Tarbell would spit on these people, like, rhetorically. They're disgusting. They, like, most of the people in the media are a disgrace. The only people I like, don't want to make it an inclusive list, but, like, outside of, like, Trey Yingst and Ali Hashim and Zina Kador and Courtney Boneo and, like, some of the people on the ground in Lebanon, some of the reporters in Iraq, and then, like, a few American reporters. Like, for the most part, the corporate press is terrible. They should be ashamed of themselves. They should all resign in disgrace. Their profession should be decimated and destroyed and relegated to the dustbin of history. They insulted the legacy of Ida Tarbell and S.S. McClure and Henry Demiris Lloyd and Upton Sinclair. They disgraced their legacy, and they left it in tatters. It's a horrifying testament to the Fourth Estate in the United States of America, and I want them scattered to the wind like a million little pieces. I don't want there to be a conventional media establishment when I'm done with this campaign. I want them just destroyed, and then I'll build up the press corps again. We're going to have fireside chats. I'm going to smoke a lot of cigars, and if you elect me, I will smoke weed in the White House all the time, and I'm going to make them put in a ventilation system. And there's nothing anyone's going to be able to do about it, because I'm going to say the American people voted for me to smoke weed in the White House all the time. So, yeah, there you go. That's the plan. Triplet Bob can also be the secretary for tipping canoes. We're going to have a great cabinet. We're going to hang out. And every Tuesday, I'm going to open the White House from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. And you can come meet with me. You have to sign up in a virtual queue. I'm going to make Disney do it as a patriotic service. You have to sign up in a virtual queue. I'm going to appropriate the Disney virtual queue technology for governmental purposes. It's going to be a patriotic act of service. They're already going to lose the Reedy Creek Tax Improvement District anyway. So, you know, give me the virtual queue software, Disney. Then I'm going to let you come to the White House. I'm going to reintroduce the French notion of the levee. And I'm going to let you talk with me, each of you 5 minutes a day. And we might do it more. We might actually do this like 3 days a week. I'm going to open the White House, unless there's a national emergency or a war. I reserve the right to, like, deal with emergencies. But I'm going to open the White House from 7 to 11 every day, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm going to sit in the Oval Office. I'm not going to meet with, like, hoity-toity, like, ambassadors. I will some days. You know, I'll be respectful. No. I answer to you. Not like the lobbyists. I'm not letting anyone buy their way in. You can enter a random drawing, and you can get 5 minutes with me at a time. Everybody gets 5 minutes, and you get 4 hours 3 times a week. I'm going to be the first president to do it ever. I'm reintroducing the French notion of the levee. That's why the Oval Office is round anyway, like the way that it is. It's meant to be a receiving line, so we're going to use it like one, okay? If you elect me, I will open the White House to every American. You have to sign up to a virtual queue. You have to go through security screening, and then you can meet with me for 5 minutes at a time, and I'll do it 4 hours a day, 3 days a week. How's that? It's perfect too, because that's why the Oval Office is an oval. So when people ask me why am I creating this, I'm going to say because that's why the Oval Office is an oval. The French notion of the levee. Caitlin Collins is going to have no idea. She'll be like, oh, yes, of course, the French notion of the levee. I'll be like, do your research, Caitlin Collins. What are you doing here? If she smokes blunts with me, I'll be chill with her. Listen, a lot of the White House reporters are going to have to be down with smoking, like, especially blunts, or they're screwed. Where they're not going to be able to roll, bro. I'm going to make them ride like horses. We're going to go into, like, the Black Hills of South Dakota. I'm doing my press gaggles, like, on horseback. We're going to bring it back to the times of Teddy Roosevelt. I'm going to make reporters go for hikes with me. I can't really hike. I'm going to have to think a little more about this. I'm going to be in a golf cart and make them walk alongside me. We're going to go through mountainous terrain. Yeah, well, this is going to be great. Okay, all right, I got a plan. If you elect me, at least once I will get in an ATV I will go to the Black Hills of South Dakota and I will make a reporter walk next to me as I drive in the ATV and they can ask me questions. Oh, you don't understand. We're going to have so much fun. All right. Let's see if we can take a look at the new Lego. The inspired copy Lego. Goodness only knows what this one's going to be like. Oh, that was really fun. I'm having a great time. I can't wait to do some of this stuff. Listen, if you make me president, we will have our presidency unlike anything you've ever experienced. It'll be wonderful. We will have, the movie The Sandlot. Every 4th of July, I'm going to make all the students watch The Sandlot. They're going to have a summer assignment from the president. They can read too, bro, but they have to on July 4th watch The Sandlot. Then at the end of the movie, they all have to go outside and have picnics in their cul-de-sacs. We're going to bring back block parties. Forget bowling alone. No. We are making America watch The Sandlot every July 4th. It's going to become our national movie. We're going to really mess with the history books. We're going to tell them that's what July 4th was like. And then we're just going to create it. Listen, all right, every July 4th, if you elect me, will be like The Sandlot. I will put at least $50 million of the federal budget every year towards making July 4th feel like The Sandlot. Oh, Lady Red Sox is going to love this. Someone tell her about this plan. Lady Red Sox is this awesome Twitter account that I follow that loves the Red Sox. The Red Sox are terrible this year. But anyway, my point is, if you elect me, okay, I promise. I don't know if I can actually induce in all of you the feeling of watching The Sandlot, but if you elect me, I will make July 4th in the United States feel exactly like The Sandlot every year. It's going to be the greatest thing ever. We are going to have the best time. You don't understand. Let's watch the new Lego video. But again, I have the greatest ideas. We're gonna revert the White House to exactly as it was in October of 1963. We're gonna put a pool in the press briefing room. I'm putting 4 members of the press in the West Wing. They got 1 office, 4 cubicles, maybe 6. I don't know. I have to look at the floor plan from 1963. Then the rest of them are going in the EOEB across the street, and that's where I'm doing my press conferences, in the big auditorium, which we're converting back to exactly as it was in October of 1963. All of this is non-negotiable. If you elect me, I will do all of this. Yes, Mimi, we all have to have fun, and we get to pray every day. Mimi, if I get elected, I'm going to pray every morning on national TV. It won't be like a prayer, but every morning I'm going to get up and I'm going to talk to the nation, probably on YouTube, and then I'm going to say a prayer. I'm just going to freestyle. I'm just going to tell you what I think. Can we have a president who just engages through YouTube? Isn't that a natural evolution of our democracy? I should probably talk to YouTube about this. What's wrong with that? What if I just run my presidency through YouTube for the most part in the morning, like my PR? I'm not having a press secretary, bro. Press secretary? No, you have to talk to me. I'm cutting out the middlemen. I don't want any staff. You can staff me a little bit, fine. You can have somebody who answers the phone. There's a lot of people that call, I guess. We can have very de minimis staff. I don't know if I need legislative liaisons and advisors. I'm really gonna trim the amount of staff, and I don't want to have a campaign, and I'm not doing any patronage. You can't buy a job. You have to be qualified, and you have to be qualified in my opinion. I'm gonna do almost everything personally. I'm not gonna delegate a lot. I'll have cabinet secretaries, but staff-wise, I don't know. We can have a chief of staff, and we can have a goat. The goat has to just hang around the White House. I'm not having I'll have a dog, maybe 2 dogs, and a cat, and then also a goat. Mimi is going to live in the White House with me if I get elected. Mimi, you got to bring Ellie. Am I allowed to? How many people can I move into the White House? Let me see. I don't know how many bedrooms there are. At least Mimi's coming. If you elect me, I'm bringing Mimi to the White House. And Ellie, the baby goat. She's going to live in the White House. We're going to have a stable for goats at the White House. Let's see, what else? All right, that all sounds good. I think it's a relatively tight, like compact, reasonable presidential policy platform. Trolling Caitlin Collins and Maggie Haberman has been my life goal for so long. I didn't know how exactly I was going to do it, but I just got to take them down a peg. Same with that guy, Jonathan Karl. He's kind of a douche. Not in a bad way. He's like a good reporter, but they're just so pretentious. Bro, national TV is passe. You're another dude. Like, to put in the work or stop talking. I gotta, like, humble these media people, and the only way to do it is force them to interview me all the time, and I just own them. And I gotta quiz Maggie Haberman on Kant. She really thinks she's something special. I don't even think she's read Kant. Maybe she has. I shouldn't insult her. She reads a lot of political books. Anyway, I just want to make them all understand. I want to teach them all. Imagine how much I could teach them all. We could have so much fun every day. We could learn. I could just lecture. I could just start talking and the press would be forced to listen. It would be great. I'm going to call press conferences and just troll the press. I'm going to like tell you about national policy, but then when they ask stupid questions, I'm going to be like, that's a stupid question. And then I'm going to just stare at them. And they'll be like, no, it's not. And I'll be like, yes, it is. It's going to be hilarious. Yeah, if the amount that, okay, actually, that's a great plan. Okay, I got it. If you elect me, I am going to turn President Trump's ballroom, the top floor, like the ballroom space, into a stable. Oh, this is the greatest freaking idea. We need more animals in Washington, D.C. Okay, listen, this is very serious. If he gets that ballroom built, it's fine. But, you know, whatever. If it doesn't get built, it's fine. I will turn whatever that ballroom is, whether it's built or half built or whatever, into a stable, and I will put goats in there. I'll put sheep in there. I'll put horses in there. Washington might smell a little bad. We'll work on it. Well, who cares? I don't really give a damn if the politicians and those lobbyists think it. Who cares what it's like in Washington? All those people are terrible. So we'll just make it smell terrible to punish them. Oh, that's a great idea. Don't tell them this is the reason for doing this. Well, it's just part of the reason. The Supreme Court's far enough away. They're downwind. They're upwind. They'll be fine. Anyway, so yeah, we're going to have a stable, or like we're going to, instead of the ballroom, I'm going to turn it into a stable for animals. It's genius. Listen. I'm going to put the goats in the ballroom. People can't go in it. And it's not a zoo. You can't be going there and looking at the animals. No, that's where they live. We're building a stable. And I'm going to put goats and sheep and horses in it. It's about time. We need to bring some animals back to the White House. I might put a penguin in there. Well, penguins can't really live in a barn. This is a great plan. Can we hold square dances? With the proper permitting. And you can't be impeding on the animal space. You only get a small section of the room. There are already 4 stables in Washington? Like in the heart of D.C.? I didn't really think about this plan. Like they're literally in Lafayette Square. I must have missed it when I walked by last time. Which, I mean, to be fair, I wasn't really looking for horsies. So, you know. But I didn't really think about it, but there might be. But anyway, my point is I will build a stable in Lafayette Square. It's going to be right in where the ballroom is. I'm going to put, even if it's built, I'm just going to put animals in it. No one could stop me. I'm the president. So if I'm like, listen, I want animals in there, what are they going to say? It's a code violation? Well, then get me the permit or change the law. Put the goats in the ballroom. I'm going to issue orders. They have to do it. It's going to be great. You've made me the president. I'm the commander-in-chief. If I tell the staff you have to put goats in the ballroom, they can't say no. Oh, this is going to be wonderful. And they're going to be like, sir, are you sure this is a good idea? And they're like, first, it's Mr. President. And second of all, the American people voted for this. Put the goats in the ballroom. Oh, wow. Yeah, actually, Spacey, that's the thing that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense for the mounted horses. We used to have them here, actually, for the park rangers. We got rid of them. They don't have mounted units anymore. Maybe 1 or 2, but it's rare. For crowd control only, like riots. Yeah, so listen. I think this plan is going to work. I really do. I think we are going to actually be able to put goats in that ballroom. Listen, people are going to love it. I got a better plan. If you elect me, not only will I put goats in that ballroom, I just kind of, like, I know what it's actually for, so the ballroom is irrelevant. We don't need to talk about what's actually going on. But as to the ballroom itself, I will put goats in there. Okay? I will put goats in there. And I will put donkeys and, like, other animals. This is a genius plan. Alright? If you elect me, I will turn the ballroom in the White House into, like, a stable for goats and horses. They're all going to live together. It's going to be great. We're going to watch this AI video. The Iranians are probably completely baffled. They might actually like this. Because I also want to build, like, a friendship canal. Like, I think we're moving in a good direction. The world is really healing. Like, hi, Bunny. Bunny, I don't know if you were here earlier. We have a great idea, Bunny. You're going to join the cabinet when I get elected president. And you're going to be the secretary for dogs. Like, we're going to have a cabinet secretary position just for you. And then Kofi's going to come to the cabinet meetings. He's going to be my, like, security. The Secret Service can do it too. But Kofi has to be part of the detail. He doesn't go into any dangerous assignments, though. He just walks around in the White House. Bunny, you can live in the White House. You can bring Kofi and Bo. And Mimi can live in the other bedroom. And then I'm going to bring one other person. And then my Nana. And that's who's going to live with me in the White House. Bunny, would you mind living in the White House for 8 years? It wouldn't be too bad. I feel like Kofi would like it. It's not really a lot of space, but he'd be, like, in the White House, you know? I feel like we'd have a good time. And Mimi and the goat can live there, too. Mimi and Ellie, I feel like they wouldn't really do very much. They would just mostly be assigned to keep an eye on things, pray in the morning with me, eat breakfast, like drink some orange juice. I don't know what goats do. Eat lettuce, etc., etc. I think this plan's going to work. And my Nana has to come. If you elect me, I'm bringing my Nana to the White House. I'm just going to put her in the Lincoln bedroom. Bunny's like, I'm packing up now. We got this, Bunny. I'm going to win every state. Super cool project. I am in with Ellie. Excellent job, Mimi. If this happens, I'm actually going to bring Mimi to the White House with her baby goat. And Bunny will find her own way there. I'm going to send a car for Mimi and then a jet. We'll get her there. She doesn't have to do any work. But like Bunny and Bo and like Kofi can find their way there. They'll just get in a car or something, a plane. I don't know what Kofi drives in. He's a dog. He'll figure it out. Anyway, so we got this all planned out. Now my Nana, that's going to be a little more difficult. I don't know how I'm going to get her to the White House. I'll talk to, like, you know, some department that flies people places. I don't really have time for that stuff. Anyway, the Towel Force one. Go yoga with Nana. Oh, Mimi, that's a great plan. Listen, Nana would love to meet the goat and you. She'd have a great time. I feel like she's a little lonely. I've been trying to call her a lot. I call her like 500 times a year, but she still might like benefit from a goat friend. I'm a very good companion, but I feel like baby goats are a better companion. She can't have a baby goat. She lives in an apartment complex. I think they'd be a little thrown off by the presence of a goat. But frankly, if we're in the White House, she can hang out with Ellie all the time. All right, here's the video from the Iranians. Oh, goodness. Well, that is not real, obviously.
Keep that same energy.
All right, Iranians. Hold on, I gotta change the quality. It's getting all made. Yes. It's getting all made. I'm doing it. Let's go, Iranians. This is from the original producers. It's art. I don't endorse it. I don't, like, condemn it. It's art. I'm disclaiming this. I analyze it for the beat and also the socio-cultural political messaging. It's art. Disclaimer. It's art. A lot of people don't like it. Some people love it. It's art.
Ain't nothing but a fraud. Yo, call him what he is. Liar! Yeah, hey, loser, come closer. I'm the exposer. Fake billionaire, your whole empire opposer. You step down, another liar takes the crown. The whole system is a circus.
No, I don't like it as much. Here's why. It's a little bit too. We can listen to some of these, but the ones. It's okay, but it doesn't have the gravitas of some of the, either the clones or like, it's too direct. We'll see if it goes to Netanyahu, but I don't like it so far. There's something about it I don't like. No, I don't like it. It's not layered enough. Yeah, I don't know if it's the beat I don't like. It's not that I hate it. It's okay, but it's not as good as the other ones. Even the Hegseth one I thought was a lot better. Let me say it this way. That one, even though it was made by one of the original groups, it doesn't have the same resonance frequency. I don't know how to explain it. They're just putting stuff into an AI, I guess. No, they're more like making a composition on a storyboard using like complex generated imagery with a beat that they then overlay. So it's closer to art. Like the AI isn't generating all of it. They're doing storyboard composition. Which frankly, what's the difference between that and using pre-rendered assets? I don't really understand. You're just making your own pre-rendered assets. That's different than generating something fully with AI. Just so people understand where I fall on that whole thing. Like generative AI and compositions where you're using pre-created assets are a little different. But I still think both of them should be disclaimed. Anyway, back to the point. It's okay, but it doesn't have the same gravitas. I don't know. It's sing-songy. It's alright. I like it. It's okay. But I don't know. I think we got to find out who is making which of these. Like, I think there are different factions that make them. Let me show you the Pete Hegseth video before I go to bed. I'll do a longer stream tomorrow. I want to get a lot of sleep tonight. My back is still kind of twitching a little bit. Yo. No, I don't like the first part of this. This is the one, like these ones are the one that have like a very specific, same time, like when they do hit Mr. President Trump, they do. They're not like limiting it. But listen to the style. It's very similar. These ones I tend to think might actually come from a faction of the IRGC. It's hard to tell. Maybe Cyber Command.
Hey, Orange Pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that
Notice
was
the continuity in style.
But baby's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us, yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath, we've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone, your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all.
Repeat.
Hey, Orange Pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you stole. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us, yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath, we've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone, your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the pedophiles, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing a scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you.
Alright, so the reason I play that is, and it really highlights it when you juxtapose it with other ones, there is a form of, and I'm using this as a teaching tool, there is a form of state propaganda that is very specific. It's designed to do a few things. It's metronomic. It's designed to humiliate like the domestic music culture by appropriating its flow, its metronomic flow, right, and its beat and its chord progression. It's meant to do it better, to humiliate the domestic audience, like the domestic music audience, like producers. But then it's meant to do, like, you're supposed to hear the beat and be like, oh damn, like why, how. It's generated, but you're still, like, you have to know what a good beat is. And then they add on to it a very specific form of, like, lyrics. It's meant to make you really dislike Israel, in particular, Bibi. And it's meant to make you bifurcate between the government of the state and the people. And it's meant to project, rightfully so perhaps, Iran as kind of like the moral authority, saying, like, listen, these governments are like not good, they don't represent their people, and no one cares, so we're using like very aggressive tactics to like expose them. That's why I think some of this stuff comes from within the IRGC. It's like a coded message. They speak through this stuff. It's a very good way to do it. They're trying to explain their actual position. That's my read of it. Oh, Francine was having a great time dancing. By the way, you want to know what the update is? It's actually a very natural time for us to go to bed. This was supposed to be a 2-hour stream. I went for 3.5 hours. Nightly news caps, I've decided, are going to be 1 to 2 hours. On days when I'm like tired or hurt, I'm going to do 2 hours at night. I call it a nightly recap. On days where I'm feeling good, I'm going to try to do regular full streams. We didn't miss a lot today, but there's a few things we have to watch before bed. Number one, the talks have ended for tonight. Per Tasneem, 50 minutes ago, this is while we were kind of winding down, in light of the unreasonable demands from the American side and the Iranian delegation's insistence on safeguarding national interests, and with the Pakistani side's proposal accepted by both parties, another round of negotiations will continue on Sunday. That's a positive. We like that, okay? Because it means although Iran's trying to say they're the ones being the most reasonable, if it was really bad, they would all leave. That, like, talks can break down. They didn't break down. Like, you have to read between the lines. States speak in odd ways. But this is a good sign. It's not any guarantee of anything. Please, diplomatic negotiations are very perilous. The wives and children of the IRGC explore our lives. Well, Spacey, it's political. It is. It's very political. It's like what can like keep you in control of a state. But I'll tell you, it's positive news. There can be something called a complete breakdown in talks, even like in the middle. And they won't even go back to talk to each other. This is not that. This is the opposite. It's them saying, listen, you just gotta cave on this. It's Iran gently, or more, less than gently, but kind of diplomatically, saying you gotta cave. I don't know what the issue they're debating is. I hope it's money. If it's money, that's the easiest thing to solve. If it's something like Lebanon, I think we can get there. It's going to require a very creative solution because UN Resolution 1701 is not working, and people are just killing the UNIFIL troops in southern Lebanon. We need something better. We need security guarantees in southern Lebanon that Israel actually fears. Not Israel Netanyahu, if he's even in government for much longer. And I don't know what will do that, but it's not 1701. We need something better. If it's Lebanon, I don't know. I really don't know what to do. It's a tough call. I would make Hezbollah, I would have elections immediately. I would have snap elections. And then if the people want to vote for Hezbollah, let them vote for Hezbollah. And if Hezbollah Hezbollah either has to be the military of Lebanon or not. You can't have a parallel military. It works when you're in a time of revolution, but if you have a government, we got to make like a coalition government. And then everybody, I think, will be more comfortable. Lebanon is not a uniparty state. It never will be. It's not Iran. It has like 14 different communities. It's very complex. And the Pope's not just going to let you impose like Sharia law in Lebanon. Sorry, Hezbollah. They know that, though. So you got to pick. You got to pick like a coalition government that you're comfortable with for Lebanon. Then you got to impose it with an international coalition. It can't be the UN in the south. You have to oversee the elections of Lebanon. You really do. And Hezbollah has to be comfortable. Everyone has to be comfortable. It's going to be hell. But you got to do it. You have to do it. That's the only way people are going to calm down. And then if Hezbollah wins, they have to integrate their military into the Lebanese military. It's the only option. They have to disarm. They don't have to go away. They just have to become the political military of Lebanon. That's what they want anyway. And then, that's what it is. It's going to be a really weird state. There's very few states where their military is its own kind of former political party, but they're a good military. The Lebanese army isn't that efficient. They need an army. Hezbollah is a pre-existing army, but they have to be willing to accept being the army of the state, which means they need to accept the political authority of the state, which is going to be very hard to make happen. But if you can pull that off, you can deal with that, I think. I think Lebanon wants peace. The people of Lebanon want peace. Hezbollah is only militant because of Netanyahu. You could argue it goes back to 1982, which is before Bibi, but really the last 20 years of escalation, 26 years are Bibi's fault. So Hezbollah has to say what they want. They can't just be launching rockets if they get a democratic government or a form of representative government and they run Lebanon. They can't then just go on the aggressive. They're going to be treated like any other state. And it might actually work because Lebanon's a fragile state. So if Hezbollah screws around, and the French are watching and the Italians and the British, Cyprus is right there, and the Americans, if everybody, and the Iranians, it could create a lot of problems, but it's better than what we have now. I really think it'll work. We need a political realignment, and Lebanon's government is not functioning as a government. They couldn't even protect the people of the south from either Hezbollah or Israel. So we need a government in Lebanon to say, we can't solve. I don't think we can stand up a government in Lebanon in 2 days. We need to make that. We need a temporary agreement. I bet you could get Israel and Hezbollah to go back to the status quo of the fall of 2020. What was it, 4, when they made their ceasefire. You could probably impose that, and then you need to actually create a pathway to a political solution in Lebanon where this is going to repeat. You can't have the Lebanese government calling Hezbollah an outlawed terrorist group and not letting the news channels call them the resistance. It's just bad. It sets up the sides to hate each other. You have to integrate Hezbollah into the Lebanese government, and that's only going to come if they're treated as a political equal. That's why I'm going to remove them from the terrorist list if you elect me. Not because I support any specific value, but because we need a political solution in Lebanon, and degrading the largest military in the state and negating their political supporters by calling them terrorists is stupid. So we're not doing that. So anyway, that's my opinion. If you elect me, I will have a solution to the Lebanon crisis, but I don't know if they'll implement it. I'll just work towards a political solution that is based in reasonable pluralism and recognizes the different communities in Lebanon. Not that it's my decision, but I won't let the international community be ham-fisted about it. And then the Strait of Hormuz issue, I think, is money. I really think it's money. It's not the Strait of Hormuz. That's a cover to give the Iranians some dignity. They got screwed by the sanctions. Their government's here to stay. Bibi's is not. Give them money. They'll be a good trading partner. And they have good music. We gotta have concerts there. Let's send Kanye to Iran. Hashtag send Kanye to Iran. Obviously, Bibi is very upset, and he is taking it out on Lebanon. Because he cannot do what he wants to do. He's trying to bait Hezbollah to escalate for Iran. This is southern Lebanon tonight. Bibi is still bombing. He won't stop. He has his trial tomorrow. He's so nervous. So he's just punishing civilians. The world does not like him. He's very, alienated. When he does this stuff, it doesn't provoke Iran to break the ceasefire down. What it does is just alienate the world against Bibi Netanyahu. Not even the state of Israel. I think people are past that. They see it as just Bibi, alone against the world, flailing. Speaking of that, take a listen to this analysis. This is a pretty good analysis. Oh, I clicked the wrong one. I don't want to screen record it. I want to read it.
Conversation. Over the last week, Israel has been involved in diplomatic spats with Spain, France, Italy, South Korea, Pakistan and Turkey. This seems unsustainable, but will only get worse. Global public opinion has largely turned against Israel, and democratic governments eventually have to take into account the views of their populations.
That's very true.
By diplomatic spat with Pakistan.
That was very true. So I wanted to show you that because I thought it was well said. I'll show you one more update from the Iranian perspective, and then I'm going to bed because I think the talks will resume in a few hours. Whether Benjamin Netanyahu can preserve his seat in government is yet to be seen.
We have no optimism when it comes to the United States and especially the Trump regime. For 47 years, they've been trying to undermine us. Before the revolution, they tried to preserve the Shah. They actually brought him to power. So we would be utterly naive to trust anything that comes from the United States. The Trump regime in particular is exceptionally dishonest and deceitful. We saw that with the 12-day war. We were indirectly negotiating with them before the war, and it turned out that they were conspiring to attack us during the negotiations. Of course, we didn't trust them then either. It wasn't as if we were deceived, but that's what they were doing. And before this war too, we were negotiating through Oman, and the Omani foreign minister said there was progress, but then they attacked us again in a blitzkrieg attack. We do these negotiations in order for the international community, the global South, the global majority, and ordinary people in the West, so that they would recognize that it is the United States that is dishonest. If we don't negotiate, then they'll say that there was a solution, but we did not pursue it. We're showing everyone that we're always there to find solutions, but that it is the other side that is dishonest. We had preconditions for these negotiations, and they've been stonewalling. So, and unless they stop the stonewalling, there won't be progress. And we're fully prepared to go back to war. We're not afraid of the United States. The world has seen the capabilities of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the axis of resistance. The world has seen that we are far more powerful than people expected. And that is because of the resilience of the Iranian people, the resilience of the people of Lebanon and Iraq and Yemen. And the Americans will ultimately fail. Their only way forward is to carry out their commitments. If they want to save the global economy, they have to carry out their commitments. If they want to crash the global economy for the sake of the madman in Tel Aviv, that's their choice, but the world is watching. Well, the Israeli regime is a genocidal regime, and they thrive by slaughtering people. The question is whether Trump is subservient to Netanyahu and whether he's an Israeli firster, or if he really does care about the United States. If he does care about the United States, he will abide by his commitments. But if he doesn't, that means he wants to crash the global economy for the sake of Israel. That means that he doesn't care about the American people, and he is obedient to the Zionists. Now, whether that's because they have dirt on him, or whether for some reason, other reason he's bound to them, that is not something that I know personally, but that is the conclusion that we will all draw. Well, the Iranians see the people of Pakistan, their sisters and brothers here, as very close for religious and cultural reasons, and we're always comfortable being among our friends.
Wow, I told you. That's the formal position of the Iranian state. I knew it. Did you listen to him? You need to really listen to him. I might make us listen to this again. You must listen to him. This is the formal position of the Iranian state. He's one of their experts. He's one of the professors with the delegation, I think. I don't know him personally, so I can't attest to his credentials or where he teaches. I just know he's a PhD. I think he's one of the experts on the Iranian side. I'm going to play it one more time. Please listen to him. This is basically the formal position of the Iranian state. It's the closest you're ever going to get to hearing one of their leaders. He's not a political leader. He's like an expert. It's complicated. When there are these negotiations, you bring like a whole delegation. You have to have like experts on both sides. I don't know who he happens to be aligned with in the Iranian factions. He's clearly very in tune with the formal government position. He's one of their people. Please listen to him. He's speaking he's choosing his words very carefully. When he was picking which countries to say, he was saying Iraq, Lebanon, Yemen, and Iran. He didn't say Kuwait. He didn't say Syria. He didn't say Bahrain. He didn't say UAE, Saudi. He was thinking very carefully about where their axis of resistance is. It's in Syria, by the way. There is a mujahideen for the Islamic resistance in Syria. He just didn't say it. He didn't want to cause a problem because Syria is very sensitive diplomatically right now after the fall of Assad. But he's like, listen to him. I can just tell from how he's talking, this is the formal position of the Iranian state.
We have no optimism when it comes to the United States, and especially the Trump regime. For 47 years, they've been trying to undermine us. Before the revolution, they tried to preserve the Shah. They actually brought him to power. So we would be utterly naive to trust anything that comes from the United States. The Trump regime in particular is exceptionally dishonest and deceitful. We saw that with the 12-day war. We were indirectly negotiating with them before the war, and it turned out that they were conspiring to attack us during the negotiations. Of course, we didn't trust them then either. It wasn't as if we were deceived, but that's what they were doing. And before this war, too, we were negotiating through Oman, and the Omani foreign minister said there was progress, but then they attacked us again in a blitzkrieg attack. We do these negotiations in order for the international community, the global South, the global majority, and ordinary people in the West, so that they would recognize that it is the United States that is dishonest. If we don't negotiate, then they'll say that there was a solution, but we did not pursue it. We're showing everyone that we're always there to find solutions, but that it is the other side that is dishonest. We had preconditions for these negotiations, and they've been stonewalling. So, and unless they stop the stonewalling, there won't be progress. And we're fully prepared to go back to war. We're not afraid of the United States. The world has seen the capabilities of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the axis of resistance. The world has seen that we are far more powerful than people expected. And that is because of the resilience of the Iranian people, the resilience of the people of Lebanon and Iraq and Yemen. And the Americans will ultimately fail. Their only way forward is to carry out their commitments. If they want to save the global economy, they have to carry out their commitments. If they want to crash the global economy for the sake of the madman in Tel Aviv, that's their choice, but the world is watching. Well, the Israeli regime is a genocidal regime, and they thrive by slaughtering people. The question is whether Trump is subservient to Netanyahu and whether he's an Israeli firster, or if he really does care about the United States. If he does care about the United States, he will abide by his commitments. But if he doesn't, that means he wants to crash the global economy for the sake of Israel. That means that he doesn't care about the American people, and he is obedient to the Zionists. Now, whether that's because they have dirt on him, or whether for some reason, other reason he's bound to them, that is not something that I know personally, but that is the conclusion that we will all draw. Well, the Iranians see the people of Pakistan, their sisters and brothers here, as very close for religious and cultural reasons, and we're always comfortable being among our friends.
Wonderful. He's reasonable. He's from the prior nuclear negotiations. He's an expert PhD who works with the Iranians in the negotiations. If you're just tuning in, the negotiations will take a slight break. People are going to get some rest. We have another round. It's not necessarily no hope. I think Benjamin Netanyahu is probably the person with the least amount of hope. It's getting cold, though, and I cannot push my back too much right now. If you didn't hear, I had a back spasm while we were live last night. It was not good. My back is better today, but it's like I can feel it when I kind of push too far back. So we're going to listen to an Immortal Technique song called One, in honor of our friend One. And Audrey says, an unnecessary war in the Middle East that has backfired. New taxes in the form of tariffs, health care gutted to the wealthy, so the wealthy can get tax breaks. This must be the most Republican presidency of all time. Well, Audrey, I got a plan. Tao for president will make it all better. The laying was peaceful. The tribes protecting them was not. Oh, hello, Balsar One. It's so good to see you. God bless you, my dear friend. I got a lot of emails to catch up in the morning. Tomorrow's Sunday morning. You might not see me until the afternoon. Really depends on how I'm feeling with my back. Like today was good. We were able to go a little longer than yesterday. But my back is actually hurting. So. But if you ever see like a nightly news recap, my goal is to do 2 hours. If I do more, that's like a lot. I want to start finding a schedule that like meets my health needs. So I'm gonna, like, some days require more coverage than others because of the amount of events. We're in a ceasefire negotiation that's very, very delicate. So if you're tuning in, there is a little break. They've done 3 rounds of negotiations. There will be another one after sunrise in Islamabad, Pakistan on Sunday. So you have at least, hopefully, let me give it to you. What time is it in Islamabad? It is 5:03, so you got a few hours. They're going to sleep until the sunrise, which will probably actually mean they're going to eat breakfast and drink coffee and do their thing. And then they're going to talk. My name is Gretz with Ellis. It's 8:03 p.m. Eastern, U.S. ceasefire time. It is Saturday, April 11, 2026. It is 2:03 a.m. in South Africa. It's 3:03 a.m. in Tel Aviv, and it's 3:33 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. It's 5:03 a.m. in Islamabad, Pakistan, and the world will know peace, hopefully, a tenuous one at that, for a few more hours. And is that not just the most beautiful silver lining among days and weeks and months of the bombs falling? So I'm gonna play you a song. It's dedicated to our friend One. How you doing? Here's a song I like by Immortal Technique. It's in the library on the Creative Music Sharing. You heard it at the beginning. I'm gonna play it at the end. It's a really good song. Here we go.
Yo, Tech, it's the last call, baby. What's good? Yeah, you know, a remix just feels right, dog. Before we get out of here, you gotta drop one last gem on them, though, fam. No question. It's like the elders told me. No one person can do everything, but everyone could do something. So we gotta rep for all them niggas that ain't here right now. On the outro tip, the One remix.
Yo, One Enterprises comprises the artists and the sound. The pen and paper plays my savior while I'm getting down. Pray for my neighbors as a favor for holding me down. Slave for my papers as I savor the weight that it pounds. It's underground, but the blatant vibrations widely found. Facing the nation, complacent radio stations now. Stop hesitating and contemplating the way we patient. So I'm motivating and get them playing this shit we saying. Ain't no delaying in this war that we getting slated. Cause time's a wasting while we stand adjacent to abrasions. They fouls is more than flagrant. And so I see the prince's cages while I pound the pavement. Looking for payment, saying fuck enslavement. Using the tools of old ancients. Announcing my engagement to this music that we making. Ain't no faking on tracks. And we don't never come whack. Immortal Technique and a kid. Y'all niggas fear it's a rap. It's like one love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart, one spark, one gift, one lift, one stance, one shift, one way, one day, one. Immortal Technique in the trenches with my nigga Akir. A family survived the genocide so we could be here. And now we enterprise the aftermath, one and the same. Living the revolution till we catch one in the brain. And even then my spirit will return in heavenly form and wipe the chessboard clean on my enemies' pawns. The Red Dawn communist threat buried and gone. So they invented a war the government could carry on. It makes us wonder if the word of God is lost in a man. This is for the children of Iraq, lost in the sand. This is for the illest MCs that'll never be known. And this is for all the soldiers that'll never come home. I wrote this for Mumia, stuck in the beast. For people who march in the streets and struggle for peace. For hood niggas born rugged, never rockin' Versace. Eddie Ramirez, cousin George, and my old friend Sashi. Chris from the block, and all my niggas stuck in a cell. Paul Wolfowitz, motherfucker, I'll see you in hell. My destiny's to show the world that the music is real. Go back in time and play this shit for the slaves in the field. And for my children in the future that are waiting to breathe. People slowly dying, hanging on, waiting to leave. Believe when I'm gone and this album's on a library shelf, I'll be one with God and one with you and everything else. One love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart, one spark, one gift, one lift, one stance, one shift, one way, one day, one. Yeah. Revolutionary Volume 2 has been brought to you by the type of motherfuckers who ain't scared of shit. And if you playing this album and I'm no longer here, sometime far away from when I recorded this, remember that history isn't the way the corporate controlled media made it look like. Read between the lines and free your mind. Revolution is the birth of equality and the antithesis to oppression. But this is only built for real motherfuckers. So when I'm gone, don't let nobody I never got along with try to make songs kissing my ass, recycling my beats and my vocals. This shit is real over here, man. Thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting independent hip-hop, the heart and soul of our culture, keeping the truth alive. Good night, my people. Good night.
A special message to Brian Tully.
Freedom of speech, motherfucker. Okay. Something for the kids. Step up in the club smoothly with the L in my hand. Bitches know that I'm a freak, like the Elephant Man. Intelligent plans, fuck a record deal. I want development land with my benevolent clan. And that's the reason that I only trust my fam. 40,000 records sold, 400 grand. Fuck a middleman, I won't pay anyone else. I'll bootleg it and sell it to the streets myself. I'd rather be that than signed and stuck on a shelf. And because of this, executives try to diss me. Racism frozen in time like Walt Disney. And now they say they wanna get me signed to the majors. If I switch up my politics and change my behavior, trying to tell me what the rhyme about over the beat. Bitch niggas that never spent a day in the street. But I repeat that, nobody can hold my reins. I put the truth on tracks, nigga, simple and plain. I guess to America, I'm a disaster. A slave that was destined to own his masters. Independent in every single sense of the word. I say what I want, you fucking little sensitive herb. This is America. I thought we had freedom of speech, but now you wanna try to control the way that I speak. And O'Reilly, you think you a patriot? Yeah, right. You ain't nothing but a motherfucking racist bitch. Full of hatred, pressing a button, trying to eject me. But I don't got no motherfucking deal with Pepsi. No corporate sponsor telling me what to do. Asking me to tone it down during the interview. Trying to minimize the issue, but I'm keeping it large. I love the place I live, but I hate the people in charge. Speaking is hard when you got strings attached, so I'ma say it for you, cause I don't got none of that. And if you didn't understand what I spit at your brain, hey yo son, let this little nigga explain. Come on, son, y'all niggas know the way that I do. ImmortalTechnique.com live for you. And I know sometimes it be making you nervous, the way I smash puppet rappers that belong in a circus. You motherfuckers just can't compare. Looking for a fan base that's no longer there. I know that you're scared and you're hiding up in the cut, but this is freedom of speech, nigga, tell them what's up. Word, nigga, fuck John Ashcroft. Nigga, fuck Fox News. Fuck those snake-ass bitches trying to manipulate your opinion, telling you what to think. Word the fuck up, nigga. Like we invaded niggas cause we wanna free them. You racist motherfucker. You don't give a shit about those people. You can suck my dick. Relax, Tech, relax. Another rum and coke at the bar, nigga. It's my day off. Word up. Fuck. For the kids. For the kids.
Oh, we're playing a few for Brian Tully.
All I want is money, money. All I want is money, money. All I want is money, money. Money, money, give me some. All I want is money, money. All I want is money, money. All I want is money, money.
Give me that money.
I got bills, so much spent on cheap thrills. 3 seconds away from no chill. Before I go, I need a meal. 5. We'll go with 5. 500 bodies in the room, can't relate. Hey. Keep you on your toes, this ballet. What I say, feel like I'm Bo Band. I'm a 7-footer, I'm a kettle cooker, like I'm Devin Booker. I'm a head spinner, head turner, cause they definitely looking. Hate to see what that shot look like if I never took it. How much sauce, lot of sauce, that's how I'm cooking. No sugar coating, no wobble legs, this solid footing. I'm talking, get away, I'm talking, all expenses paid. I'm talking life gave me lemons, I made, you get it.
All I want is money, money. All I want is money, money. All I want is money, money. Money, money, give me some. All I want is money, money. All I want is money, money. All I want is money, money.
Give me that money.
I got bills, so much spent on cheap thrills. 3 seconds away from no chill. Before I go, I need a meal. 5. We'll go with 5. High five, what's the password to the Wi-Fi? You know the drill, feel like I'm walking on stilts. Look at all that we built. When I find balance to tell to pay. You hot as hell, but still give me chills. I took you to our favorite spot, that place we go a lot. Feel like the only ones that even know it exists. Ooh, I gave you the aux, and you played icy pop. I'm Mr. Know-It-All, but even I ain't noticed.
Let me get this straight.
I got bills, so much spent on cheap thrills. 3 seconds away from no chill. Before I go, I need a meal. 5.
Song. Oh my goodness, I forgot how happy I am that Brian Tully's gone. Oh, we're gonna do it. We're dancing. You don't understand. It's how Brian Tully is gone, dance party. I need another song for this. What are we gonna do? Here we go.
have to speak the truth. You have to speak your mind. Every time I speak my mind, I'm lyrically critical. The pinnacle of being revolutionarily pivotal. Beyond anything ever studied that's metaphysical. Man, fuck a minority. I'm not politically minimal, but obviously terminologies that are statistical are manufactured to be unequivocally subliminal, transmitted by monopolized media visuals. So I riddle hypocritically pitiful criminals, habitually utilizing typical rituals with false pretense in attempts to be spiritual to individuals who believe in biblical miracles instead of themselves, cause they're not thinking original, and the color of their skin makes them feel invisible, like microscopic miscarriages lynched with the umbilical. Only a fucking imbecile would think they're uncorrectable, cause you're susceptible to becoming more than a spectacle. Remember that you're flesh and blood and your body's dissectable. I'll beat you until you're a vegetable and wake up in a hospital covered in poisonous chemicals, in a fetal position with your face sewn to your testicles, thinking that you were kidnapped by extraterrestrials. You got heart, I'm the blood that pumps in your ventricles. Technique, I'm like your soul, nigga, indispensable, with no respect for those who cower at the hour of revolution, because the government owes my people restitution instead of sedatives like cocaine and prostitution. Conclusion is that you'll have to violently silence me, cause I raid the airwaves at cutthroat piracy. In school my teachers blinded me, but now I can see. Now I'm mentally and revolutionarily free, broadening horizons about what my people could be if we wasn't set up to get shot, locked, or OD. You see, families bleed because of corporate greed, and monopolizing weed is virtually impossible, so it won't be legalized, and that's another obstacle. But I'm still rolling up pocketfuls of tropical. The government's involved directly, so it's unstoppable, like a nuclear rocket full of biochemical toxins that invade the ecological. Improbable that the average intellect could understand, so I encrypted this into hip-hop that's in high demand and spread it through the ghetto of every city like contraband. Stomp a man of any complexion with a devilish nature, cause I'm trying to save the earth, but you're just getting in line to rape her.
One more for my friend who loves low key.
These times are coming.
Brian Tully, this one's also for you.
We told you about them, but you motherfuckers was sleeping. Now you gotta wake up.
The time has come. Low key.
Yeah.
Immortal technique.
Harlem, motherfucker.
Let's make history. From West End to the West Bank, I write righteous rhymes with my right and wrestle the devil with my left hand. Never worked for a Zion, it's never been a yes man. My art is like Rembrandt painting pictures of death camps. The average person is allergic to the words of wisdom. This is for everyone, the Saddam's Kurdish murder victims, and all the pure souls that never had the chance to speak. Truth pumps in my arteries and causes my heart to beat. For soldiers haunted and tortured by guilty memories, who realize too late to reveal their real enemy. It's all dead wrong. For every victim of racist persecution, from Auschwitz to Hebron, my words may sting cowards. For people that were atomized by the third mate in the Twin Towers, those living through the wars ask me what I do this for. Put the world in its place before it puts you in yours. You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride. Come on, make we will survive.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Keep my third eye hidden under my New York fitted. A crazy unmarried man that deserves to be committed. The future is encrypted in my troubled lyrics. Dream that I've been somewhere for weeks and wake up in a couple minutes, sweat dripping with visions of population control. Thoughts overflowing my world like the melting of the North Pole. My people are targeted by military crack committees, so I'm bucking at the feds like natives in Rapid City. Reality savage, my words are like a riot in Paris. The voice of the voiceless, that voice is social imbalance. So stand stronger, sit harder in your mental palace. Blinded inside the kingdom, united to its old habits. Middle passage coming, war chant, African drumming, Gatling gun humming, rapid fire mechanism. Reckless living that checks the rhythm of perfectionism. Slave condition while you singing God save the system.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom card, take our pride. Come what may, we will fight.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless. Detain my body, but you can't imprison my mind. If it's my time, I'll probably die with my fist in the sky. These are the thoughts of a man who can't escape from his coma. Cries of a young virgin girl who got raped by them soldiers.
Birthing a screaming bastard post-colonial nation, subject to childhood diseases, famine, war, and inflation. Education molded you into your master's image, and you forgot who the fuck you were before the war was finished.
You're hearing the ghosts of Nagasaki, you're hearing Hiroshima. Beautiful babies being born with the weirdest features. You might never see me in the chart, but inshallah my seed can see peace in Iraq.
But peace and freedom can never be given, that's historically forbidden. Cause only collision is the recipe, changing the course of destiny. So I'm strapping weaponry, cause the government don't give a fuck about protecting me.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom card, take our pride. Come what may, we will fight.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Now, you might be saying, Grant, why are you doing this? Well, I'm going to bed. I was supposed to do 2 hours. I did 4. Not supposed to, I wanted to. I want to just play songs for Brian Tully, though, in honor of his retirement. There's, like, a very specific one I want to play by Lily Allen. It's kind of, like, it has a cuss in it. You know what I'm saying? It has a cuss. But hopefully she licensed it. Come on, Lily Allen. Let's see. I have to see if she put it in. Lily Allen. It's not Lily Allen. It's Lily Allen. And it's like a pretty rough song, but I just want to play it for Brian Tully if they have it. No, it's not available. That's a shame. Brings me back to my childhood. I'll listen to it later. If you like Lily Allen, you probably know the song I was going to play. You know, because everybody loves Lily Allen. Brian Tully's lucky I can't find that one. Not find it, it's just not there. I'm going to bed. Those were the songs I wanted to play in honor of Brian Tully's retirement. A lot of you who follow the war won't get that. Just like a long time story in Massachusetts. A lot of people are going to go to bed very pleased tonight. The changing of the guard is coming. You can feel it. I'm getting out of here, though. I feel like I've done everything I can for this state. I've helped make you billions of dollars. I've given you legal weed and home grow. And I cleaned up the CCC. I like it, but I gotta go. I gotta spread my wings. I want to go see the world. And, I don't know. I'm gonna make an announcement soon. I think you'll be happy. I think everybody will be happy. I don't want to do it right now. We'll do it soon. And then I'm going to come back after I go travel the world next month. I'm going to keep doing the news. I'm just going to go travel the world. I'm just leaving. And then I'm going to come back probably in the fall. And then I'm just going to go through the American South and see college football games. Probably in a camper. I'm going to visit all of you. I have like another announcement I have to make in like the next few days. That's not just me though, so I gotta talk about it. I think you'll know though. I think it'll be good. You'll be very happy. So yeah, I'm happy. Just on a personal update, I'm just very happy. And it's time for me to go. I'm free. I'm ready to spread my wings. My life has changed. Even among the agony of the war in very positive ways, I prayed for this day. not just any. I just prayed one day my life would be like this, and now it is. And I'm very grateful to all of you and to God. I should really express my gratitude. I can't really, setting aside the Brian Tully thing, I'm not just talking about personally. I'm very grateful. I'm just incredibly grateful you freed me. I've been trapped for like 14 years. No, more like 12. I was very sick. And now I'm slightly like more able, but I'm still disabled. Anyway, I was just stuck. Like my family abandoned me. Cut to my mom. Then she trapped me. She wanted to punish me because she's too close to the state police. And now you've all freed me. And other things happen. And now I'm going to go travel the world. It's going to be great. I'm so blessed and grateful. And I just wanted to tell you directly. And I'll talk to you all. I know some of you want me to call you. I'm going to call you. I'm not going until next month. But yeah, I'm leaving America. Only for a little bit. I can't leave my home. But it was great. I want to thank you for a really nice, like, 36 years here. It was really fun. I'll be back. Probably. Like, I can't go for too long. I gotta come back. But, like, I just wanted to thank you because I'm moving on to another chapter in my life. Not of my streaming. I'm going to keep doing Towel News. I'm just going to do it from around the world and the country. But yeah, I'm moving to a new chapter in my life. I'm confident and I'm very happy to say that. And I'm thrilled, and I'm sorry that it had to happen among the war, but I also feel like the solace we provided each other, at least through now, has been a silver lining. So I'm grateful that we have all found each other. And yeah, I'm really, yes, I'm going to do travel videos, and it's going to be very exciting. I'm very excited to meet so many of you. We're going to hang out. I'm going to meet Bunny. Bunny, we're definitely coming to you. I gave a little hint there. Bunny, we got to have a talk. Me, you, and Lynn. We got to have a Towel Mom talk. I think you're going to be very happy. I'm very happy. Everyone's very happy. I'm going to travel the world. Then I'm going to come back and travel more. And I'm going to visit you all. I'm free. No reason to be here. It was nice. I like this state. It's very liberal though. Too soft on crime. You gotta have just like chill weed policies and like be tough on like crime. You gotta find the sweet spot. Anyway, I want to go live in Washington, D.C. and be the president anyway. But I'll hang out around here for a bit. I want to drive around the country. I think I'm gonna like just go to all parts of the country so we can all hang out. It's gonna be fun. I've always wanted to do it. I'm gonna get like a Wi-Fi setup. Like one of those like strong network adapters that is a hotspot. I'm gonna have a few phones so we're always connected. We'll talk soon. I'm gonna tell you more in the next week about my plans. You're all gonna be very happy. I think you all are gonna be thrilled. Hopefully the war ends. I really would like it to just become peace so we can kind of not have death in the world. And either way, whether the war continues or there's peace, I will keep doing updates for you. I don't want there to be more war. It makes me very sad all the time. And I think it makes a lot of people very sad. And anyway, even among the sadness, I found a very beautiful sort of side of life. And I just wanted to thank you all. And I want to thank God. I don't think it would have happened without God. And at least for me, Jesus. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. I'll still be with you. We'll be back tomorrow. But just on a personal level, I didn't think this was possible. I'm free. I'm happy. It's the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. I'm just so happy. So, yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful night. I'll do Tippecanoe and Tyler too, even though we already did it. But yeah, we're going to have a Towel Mom meetup. Hello, Sarah. TA Sarah. Just your update is there's like going to be 4 hours of rest. There's going to be another round of negotiations in Islamabad once they have their morning tea after they're up. They're resting. They've done 3 rounds. There's a little bit of debate about the question of whether or not the Strait of Hormuz should be like fully opened right away. And then there's a question about Lebanon. Might have to be bifurcated. I have a plan though. And then also, Brian Tully's gone, TA Sarah. He's retiring. right after all the details of the Birchmore case came out in the federal documents. I think the feds are going to move soon. I love reading all different takes on this damn war, and people, this is what I love. We can express our views. I appreciate the freedom. Mimi, you're wonderful. God bless you, Mimi. But yeah, also TA Sarah, I hurt my back last night. I didn't really hurt it. I had a spasm. So my back's a little sore, and we're not ending early. It's just, this was supposed to be a 2-hour stream. It's been 4 hours, and I'm going to go to bed. But I just want to deliver a personal message that I'm grateful to you all and to God and to Jesus. I'm just very grateful. And I couldn't be any more pleased with all of you being so compassionate and kind to each other and the beautiful things that have grown out of this community you formed. It just brings such joy to my heart every moment. It really does. I'm tired and out of water, so that's the only reason why I'm using this tone. Oh, my back's starting to hurt. All right. It's telling me I gotta go to bed. Okay, so God bless all of you. I can't wait to tell you more. Oh, God bless you, Balsa. You're a good man. You're just a good person, and I really appreciate you just as a human. So I think that's the important part of life, dear friend. It's just about recognizing that sometimes people don't even know that about you, and they just think you're wonderful. And it's those little moments that are redeeming. That's how I've always thought about it. Wealth's never made sense to me. I mean, I'm proud of you. You've done so well. It's very impressive. But it's just never made sense. But to you, you've done well. And now it's about meeting the people in life who value you for you. You don't have to keep, if you feel like you can retire or whatnot, I think you should just keep being you, because clearly people like you. They didn't know that. And so you're wonderful and appreciated. Yeah. So yeah, God bless you. And I think that's where happiness comes from, just genuine connection with no pretext or ulterior motives. And that comes from just being you. Maybe that's why the internet's such a beautiful place. People can feel appreciated just because of their personality shining through text. I love it. Makes me very happy. So yeah, I know I have a lot of emails to catch up on. It's not just 1 or 2. I have 7 or 10 or 15 or 20. I will do it tomorrow morning when I kind of sit and have breakfast. But I gotta sleep. My back hurts. So let's do, God bless you all. Let's do Tippecanoe and Tyler too. And if we're going to end, we got to put Francine's best friend up. Francine's best friend is Pete Bonitow. He's Pete Bonitow. He's awesome. I got to make a plush. I'll work on that this week. My back hurting is going to throw off my motivation to do much other than lay down and rest. Okay, so I like to do the presidents to test my mental acuity at the end of the stream. You got President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, 5, 6, 7, and then 8 is Van Buren, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then we pick up 13 is Jackson. And we go a little bit to Tippecanoe and Tyler too. So it's, oh goodness, Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. Voila! How's that? Very good, right? A Bunny presents. Yes, Bunny's a card stand. Pete Bunny Towel is a card stand because Bunny Towel Mom and Bo and Kofi, they send me awesome cards like Jerry Lawler and Kofi Kingston and a pop with a cigarette in it. So they're my buddies, and they hang out with Pete Bunny all day. He's a card stand. Hashtag Pete Bunny Towel is a card stand. But Francine loves Pete Bunny Towel. He has me send messages to her every day. They have a buddy towel, buddy towel sort of duo thing going. It's great. I'm going to make a plush so that Pete Bunny Towel can be, he's not that's his name. It's like a formal name that we created. So he's his own thing, but I'm just going to call him Bunny Towel. And you can buy a plush. He's going to be Bunny Towel. I'm going to design him with an adorable towel with him. He's called Bunny Towel. I'm going to make him myself and then have him like mocked up. It's going to take a while to do the plush, like to actually get plushes available for custom order, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to make Bunny Towel into a plush you can buy. I don't really want the money from it. I just want Francine to have her own Bunny Towel, and I want it to be, and I'm going to sign it. I'm going to write Francine a special letter. It's going to be great. I'm sending Francine the first one, actually. I'll just pay for it. I don't care. Francine, congratulations. I'm gifting you a it doesn't exist yet, but I've decided I'm going to send you the first one. I have to get one too, but like I think I should probably have the first one. But I'm going to buy two when I do the mock-up prototype, and Francine is being gifted the first ever non-towel possessed Bunny Towel plush. He's going to be great. Francine's getting it for free. She's wonderful. Well, unless it costs like $1,000 to ship it to you, Francine, then we have to talk. But generally, I'm just going to pay for it for you, and we'll figure out the shipping. All right. Yes, there is a Discord. Thank you, Francine. You can join our Discord overnight. This is a public information service. If you liked what you saw today, it's designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. I use entertainment as a buffer to insulate your brain from trauma, to educate and inform, such as to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. You can support this stream on Cash App, on Venmo, PayPal. The Cash App's _ Grant Smith Ellis. The Venmo's at Grant-E1. The PayPal is paypal.me/Grant Ellis. If you'd like to support in other ways, just send me an email, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. We'll talk about it. My back's starting to hurt though, so I'm going to do the outro. If you learned something today, if you benefited from the camaraderie in the chat, if you want to pay it forward, there's a way you can do so. You can look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness for people around you. You can look for reasons to donate to our homeless veterans, or our soldiers, or their families. It's a great way to help our service members or our veterans. They put their lives on the line for us, and it's the least we can do to help them and their families. You could also consider a donation to animal shelters run by our veterans or that help our service members and veterans. Great way to help out for our friends and our service members and veterans. If you can't find an animal shelter run by veterans or for our service members, you may consider a donation to an animal shelter in general. Our fur friends are loved. You may also consider, if you're in the UK, a donation to The Big Issue. It's a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK. It doesn't have to be a donation, though. It could be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Fruchel did one time and having them designated honorary towels in the outro forevermore. In that way, may we change about the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. Therein, living up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and in turn bringing about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the Water Bearer, standing tall and carrying a beat bunny down. I believe it's possible because of you all, and I'm very grateful that we got to spend this time together today, and I thank you for inviting me into your home. Some of the music, art though it may be, may have vulgarity, but just know in my heart of hearts I love you all dearly. I strive to not use profanity, and I'm smiling as I lay my head down tonight, praying that no further bombs fall for at least a few more hours. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You can find more Towel News, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Signing off from the War Desk in Boston, where it's 8:37 p.m. Eastern U.S. ceasefire time. It is Saturday, April 11th, 2026. It is 3:37 a.m. in South Africa. It's 4:37 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel. It's 5:07 a.m. in Tehran, and it's probably like, I don't know, 6, 7, something like, I want to get you the Islamabad time. And it's 5:38 a.m. in Islamabad. Until we see each other again tomorrow after 2 p.m. Eastern, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being so kind and compassionate to each other and to Little Towel. And thank you for giving me at least hope, and so many others perhaps hope for a better tomorrow. So good night, good morning if it may be, good afternoon. God bless you.